Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The event is about to begin.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Emily MacArthur. I'm a member of Workers Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers, and I'm here today because I know that we can win. I'll be one of your co-MCs today alongside Margaret Elizabeth of the Green Party, and we're just so incredibly excited here to be joined by impressive organizers who have helped build for this event, including the Green Party, Chris Hedges, Carolina Amazonians United for Solidarity and Empowerment, also known as CAUSE, Do Dissidents, Revolutionary Blackout Network, Status Quo, union members from SEIU, IBU, UAW, and more. And of course, many who are not yet part of an organization, but arrived ready to organize and win. I know we have people in the room today from as far away as Massachusetts and North Carolina. Can people raise their hands if they traveled to come here today? That's impressive. In addition to this room full of people ready to organize and win, we're live streaming this event to thousands of people on several channels across YouTube. This helps us, all of us here, get a head start on what we have to do immediately after this, right? Because this event is just kind of the kickoff for us to go out and continue to build and organize. Speaking to thousands of people on YouTube and other social media channels helps us get a head start on spreading the word that it will be urgently necessary once we leave here today. I'm going to periodically give some reports from the live stream, so if you're watching there, please let us know in the comments where you're from so we can share, the spread of who we're talking to. Like many working class people, just a little bit about me, I've been fighting for my life against rising rents, unattainable healthcare, climate catastrophe, and I've watched as the Democrats have either feigned helplessness or led the charge on every attack on working people. I'm horrified by the attacks that Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and their reactionary administration are carrying out on federal workers, on immigrants, on LGBTQ people. Not only because I stand in solidarity with oppressed people everywhere, but because history tells us that attacks on vulnerable communities are only a prelude to an assault on the working class as a whole. And if you're here today, I imagine it's because those things resonate with you too. To an extent, we're almost exhausted from hearing all the things that are wrong, right? We know the symptoms. We see the ever-broadening human misery in our everyday lives. A recent statistic that just really hit me was that homelessness amongst adults over 65 is on track to triple by 2030. And we have very clear studies showing that it's the cost of housing and healthcare that's driving this trend. It's unambiguous. Today, that there are 10 times as many so-called natural disasters every year, and we have unambiguous data saying it's climate change fueling that escalation. And of course, I think something that brought many of us into the struggle over the last year is the ongoing horrific atrocities in Gaza that continue to persist despite a ceasefire. Trump is kind of the most honest about the genocidal ambitions to completely remove all Palestinians from Palestine, and this project moves forward despite the overwhelming support for peace. The real question, though, that millions of working class people have, and I think why we're here today, is what will it take to turn the tide? I started by saying that I'm here because I know that we can win, and I feel confident in that fact because I've seen it. I was excited to help found Workers Strike Back in 2023, to build on the strategy that has yielded so many incredible victories, like the Seattle minimum wage that was $15 when we won it and is now over $20 an hour. That was like the Amazon tax, where we taxed Amazon and big business over $250 million per year to fund affordable housing. These are the kinds of transformative victories that are urgently necessary to turn the tide. During those fights, I saw how in a city with no elected Republicans, Democrats played an open role of subservience to big business, obstructing our movements. And when we did force their hand so that they had to vote yes on what we were fighting for, they fought to water down our victories at every single opportunity. The Democratic Party is not an ally to left-wing movements. When Kshama Sawant left office, those same Democrats rapidly moved to water down our $15 an hour minimum wage law last year. They wanted to use inflation as a reason to permanently enshrine a second lower tier among minimum wage workers, as though it's workers and not the bosses who should absorb those costs. It was absolutely shocking. And Workers Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers led the charge in stopping that attack, turning out to City Hall and stopping it in its tracks. As of January this year, every single Seattle minimum wage worker makes $20.76 an hour. And that's what we're all here today to discuss. How can we continue to build on that fighting strategy that engages the strength of working class and young people? Because we're not outnumbered, we're just out-organized, and refuses to make backroom deals with the two parties of the billionaires. How can we fight the rich and their two parties and win? For many of us, we've maybe feel like we've been checked into the struggle, we've been out protesting, and it feels sometimes like it's not moving the needle. I think for Workers Strike Back, a core piece of our strategy is clear fighting demands that act as a call to action for working people. And that's why we're bringing, as part of our Fight the Rich campaign, demands like Medicare for All and unionize Amazon front and center today. And we're going to talk more about this Fight the Rich campaign throughout the day. But we know that unionizing Amazon and winning Medicare for All would be transformative for working people. But also, importantly, we know that they're wildly popular. We saw how in Missouri, even though Trump won the popular vote, a $15 an hour minimum wage also passed overwhelmingly, so that these kind of working class victories can cut across the noise of the two parties of big business that seeks to divide us. From people who are totally turned off by electoral politics to those who are organized and fought for the strongest vote for Jill Stein in the last election, many in this room today, and even those who were lured into voting for Trump on the promise that things might actually change for the better, demands like Medicare for All can act as a lightning rod, uniting working class people against our real political enemies, the rich. The full proposed program of demands for Fighting the Rich campaign, and like I said, more speakers are going to get into more detail, but I think it's important for us to start here, is Medicare for All, end the genocide in Gaza, tax Amazon and big business to fund social housing, stop mass deportations, and take big corporations into democratic public ownership. So Workers Strike Back wants to use this organizing conference, and we're working with a broad array of other groups to bring this event together to build an organized fighting force prepared to agree not only on that program, but a strategy to win it. And we're so excited to have you here today. I'd like to welcome up my co-MC, Margaret, who's going to give you some opening remarks as well, and then we're going to get into it.
I'd also like to make a quick shout out to everyone who is attending today via live stream. Thank you for watching, and thank you for tuning in. Your participation matters a great deal. I'd also like to share that I'm very excited to be here today with everyone who has organized this conference, specifically Workers Strike Back. During the 2024 presidential election, Workers Strike Back and the Jill Stein Butchware campaign closely worked together to advance workers' rights and a strong, consistent anti-war message. Maybe you attended the rally in Seattle, Chicago, or Dearborn in person. If not, perhaps you are one of the tens of thousands who watched them via live stream. Of course, you may have also seen the viral video of Kshama's speech from the Dearborn rally, which captivated millions of viewers. This conference and the Fight the Rich campaign are important extensions of that collaborative effort. We're here today because we share common perspectives on electoral reform, police reform, social justice, the ecological crisis, and perhaps most urgently, an end to the genocide and peace for Palestine. The situation in Palestine right now, which I think we need to understand, for capitalists is not primarily a moral one. That's how we think of it, but that's not how capital thinks of it. For them, this is a matter of suppressing and crushing liberation movements. A liberated Palestine means a liberated Middle East. Liberation in the Middle East means capitalism in the imperial core faces a serious crisis, and they will not let that happen. So they are unleashing the full violence of their extraordinary power to make sure it doesn't. We need to be cognizant of the fact that liberation in Palestine is fundamentally antithetical to the capitalist world economy. Any liberation struggle by a country on the periphery to achieve economic independence, to use their own resources for their own development, for their own ecological transition, or for their own human needs is destabilizing for capital in the core. And capital reacts with the most extraordinary violent backlashes, as we've seen time and time again. Now it's Palestine and Syria. Before it was Libya, before it was Iraq, before it was Chile, before that it was Indonesia, before that it was the Congo, and it will never stop. Countries of the imperial core are overwhelmingly responsible, specifically the ruling classes who control the means of production and energy manufacturing for excess emissions which are driving the climate crisis. And the ecological crisis represents the processes of colonization and appropriation, and it's also a disaster which is playing out along colonial lines. If we're not attentive to those colonial dimensions, we're fundamentally missing the point. We live in an age of incredible paradox, with tremendous production, labor, and manufacturing, yet 80% of the world's population cannot meet their basic needs. The explanation for this paradox and the problems of social and ecological change we face are ultimately a symptom of our system of production, capitalism. This is a crisis which, at its root, is about capitalism and can only be overcome by recognizing that fact. And the antidote to capitalism is ecological socialism. We should have collective democratic control over what we are producing. We should have democratic control over what we are producing. We should control what the goals of our production are and who benefits from them and so on. When we do, we can solve these problems quickly. We actually know what to do. We just don't have the power to do it. So I think in the face of these ongoing crises, we have to have clarity about what it is we want to achieve, and we need to start building movements and coalitions which are capable of achieving our shared goals, which is one of the reasons I'm happy to be here with Workers Strike Back, the Fight the Rich campaign, and groups like Whole Washington and Fair Vote Washington. If you don't know, Whole Washington advocates for single-payer universal health care, and they are a countrywide organization, so you can find them in your state if you are not here in Washington. And Fair Vote is also a nationwide organization, and they work for electoral reform, single, transferable vote, ranked choice voting. That is the way we solve that situation. And working together with all of you and with all of those organizations, we can change our world for the better. It doesn't have to be this way.
Thank you so much, Margaret, and to the Green Party for being here. So just before we dive into the main speakers, there's a lot of logistics going on for an all-day conference, and so I'd like to invite Shirley Henderson, who's the captain of the steward team, who will be a really great resource if you end up having any questions today. So come on up, Shirley, and just going to give you just a quick rundown of some logistics before we dive in, just to make sure people feel confident about where they need to be.
Awesome. Thank you, Emily. Yes, it is exciting that everybody is here today, and we expect more people to show up throughout the day. And in order to make something like this run smoothly, we want to make sure we're here for any questions that people have who are attending. So if you need to know where a restroom is, or about childcare, or any other issues or concerns you have, look for a person in a vest like me. There should be at least 2 of us throughout the day wandering around to just make sure everybody's having the best experience they can. Just a few notes to that point for folks who are in person. We definitely want everybody to have a badge. This is for many reasons, but it also helps us keep tabs on people, who's already registered, who hasn't, so we can keep track of who's here today. It's best if you get a lanyard. So if you've just got the badge, we're all taking sweaters off, it's hot in here. If you have a lanyard, that ensures that you have it on all the time and it doesn't get lost in the shuffle. The other thing that is important to note is in this auditorium, there are no food or drinks in here. So please, if you do have food or drinks, please leave them outside. I don't know, you can ask us where that would be okay if you need to. There are bathrooms behind this booth up here, and then downstairs, the place where you checked in, there's restrooms right down in the foyer down there. We also have a live stream happening downstairs as this room fills up. If there's no space to sit up here, there's space downstairs, or if you need to be out of the auditorium for whatever reason but still want to be viewing, you can do that down there. Also, there's agendas that folks should have gotten at the sign-in tables, but if you lose it for whatever reason, we're going to have QR codes to access the agenda digitally at tables that are going to be up throughout the event. So come look for us if you have any issues or concerns. We're here to help you.
Thank you so much, Shirley. Are y'all ready to get into it? All right. So we're starting off with a bang. Our first speaker, it's my honor to introduce former Seattle City Council member and socialist Kshama Sawant is a founding member of Worker Strike Back and also a member of Revolutionary Workers. She led the fight for the $15 an hour minimum wage that is now over $20 an hour here in Seattle. She has never backed down or taken a backroom deal in her 10 years in office. She only accepted the average wage of a worker that she represented, donating the rest to social movements. And unfortunately, that is an incredibly rare track record. It's the only one I know of. And so it's my honor, to introduce someone who used their elected position to organize working class struggle. And she's going to talk to us about how to fight the rich and what we're here to do today.
Good morning, everyone, both people who are here in person and watching over live stream. The billionaires and their system are in crisis. Political parties around the world, parties that represent the elite, are facing revolt after revolt from working people. Last year in the elections of all 10 leading industrialized nations, the incumbents were either booted out or lost a big share of the vote. This was the first time this has ever happened in almost 120 years of records. Here in the US, the approval rating of the former incumbent Democratic Party is currently in the rubbish heap. Nearly half of registered Democratic Party voters disapprove of them. And overall, only 21% approve of how Democrats in Congress are handling themselves in the present crisis. The revolt of working people against the establishment is fundamentally about the bankruptcy of capitalism and its representatives. The cost of living crisis, the skyrocketing rents, the undermining of the public services working people rely on, the death of the American dream. Working people are fed up with going broke just to buy groceries or pay their rent. Meanwhile, wealth continues to be rapidly amassed at the top. Amidst our desperate struggle for survival, last year saw the world's 5 richest billionaires increase their wealth by $542 billion. Elon Musk, Trump's current favorite billionaire, has $500 billion in wealth. This revolt against the Democratic Party does not mean working people are giving Trump permission to run roughshod over them either. It is true that a section of the working class has illusions that Trump is their guy, and this raises a crucial strategy question for us. How do we win those working people over to a fight back? Because we have seen that on issue after issue, whether it is raising the minimum wage or taxing the rich or Medicare for all or ending the genocide in Gaza, American working people are more progressive than ever before. Some of the states that voted for Trump last year also passed ballot initiatives for a $15 minimum wage, paid sick leave, union support, and abortion rights. And a recent poll confirms that there is not majority support for the bulk of Trump's anti-worker agenda and the pet projects of the Republican Party. A majority opposed Trump's brutal attacks on federal employees. A majority of Americans are vehemently opposed to Trump's plan to permanently extend his 2017 tax cuts for the rich, tax cuts that Biden continued. Large majorities oppose eliminating the repayment plan that helps student loan borrowers and funding cuts for federal student loans and grants. Over 80% oppose cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, commonly known as food stamps, and a whopping 90% of Americans are against cuts to Medicare and Medicaid. Trump's own approval ratings, while higher in the past, are basically breaking even. About an equal number approve and disapprove. And this is during his so-called honeymoon period. These approval ratings have nowhere to go but down. But we should not expect that it will happen overnight. We should not be complacent. And in the meantime, Trump and the billionaires are going for broke. They want to do maximum damage at this moment before a serious opposition to their assault develops and before the real impacts of the damage they're doing becomes clear. The main success of this billionaire in the White House has been tapping into the widespread anger at the establishment, and in this, he's been handed a humongous gift by the rotten Democratic Party and its endless betrayals of working people, which allowed him to get reelected after he left office as the most unpopular president in modern American history. The huge irony is that Trump is the one capitalizing on working class anger, and the anger that is actually at billionaires and the rich, and the very same class that Trump himself belongs to and represents. Politicians and the corporate media were stunned by the show of support on social media for Luigi Mangione, the man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last year. They were even more shocked when polling showed that this was not some fringe phenomenon, but a strong majority sentiment, nearly 70%. This anger represents a historic opening to fight for fundamental change if it can be redirected into a working class movement. Killing individual CEOs is no solution. Thompson has already been replaced with another blood-sucking executive. And if such killings were to continue, they would be used as a pretext to attack workers and increase the powers of the police. Instead, we need to build powerful mass movements of the millions against the billionaires. And it's only through working class power that we can win a different kind of society. Our goal must be to both fight for radical change in the present and to bring down the billionaires and their system, capitalism. Unfortunately, alongside the fury of working people, the most prominent feature of this political moment is the near total vacuum of clear leadership on the left and in the labor movement. There is a profound shortage of leaders prepared to break with the political parties of the rich. We've seen betrayals one after another of these so-called progressives. Bernie Sanders, AOC and the Squad, and progressive labor leaders like Sean Fain. Both Bernie and AOC played a central role in bringing Trump to power. They uncritically supported Biden and then rushed to endorse Harris. They abandoned Medicare for all. They abandoned the fight for a $15 minimum wage. They could have organized mass rallies on either of those demands and put massive pressure on both parties and built a new party in the process. Instead, they put a premium on their peaceful relations with the elite, squandered a historic opportunity, and carried out a historic betrayal. There is a meme going around of Bernie Sanders' action figure that has a stamp on it saying sold out. I'm not sure if there's one for AOC. In any case, that meme is the epitaph of the Bernie movement. Sadly, it was a predictable ending. I, like many of you, was part of Sanders' movement, and we were correct to be because millions were coming together, but some of us did so with our eyes open. From the beginning, myself and the socialists who are part of revolutionary workers today noted the fundamental mistake of funneling people into the Democratic Party. We warned about the dead-end nature of this strategy of a political revolution against the billionaire class from inside a party that is owned lock, stock, and barrel by that same billionaire class. The most recent stunt by Bernie Sanders, this so-called tour against the oligarchs, is also telling. Even at this moment, Sanders is trying to redirect people back towards the Democratic Party. One of his 3 central planks is reform the party. Reform the party? Seriously? This party that has stabbed us all in the back 1,000 times over? I don't think so. Our job is to burn the Democratic Party to the ground. To destroy any remaining illusions in it, in any idea that it represents workers or oppressed people. We need a new mass party for the working class and the oppressed. The organizations here, like Workers Strike Back, the Green Party, and all of us, we have an important role to play in that process. But that will not happen so long as lesser evilism rules the day and until the utterly failed strategy of voting for one billionaire party so that another billionaire party can win is abandoned. We need to build an organized, unified movement of working people to systematically take on the rich who run society and undermine their ability to rule. We have a lot of wind at our backs. There is a major opening for working class politics. But we also have real obstacles. We face the absolute disaster that the left and labor leadership have become, and along with that, all the rotten ideas that are being argued for by those misleaders. So we need to return to the basics, and we need to get something straight. First, this system does not belong to us. Capitalism is a system of rule by the rich and solely for the rich. It is based on stealing the wealth you and I create through our labor, as Karl Marx explained 175 years ago. Or, as the late George Carlin said somewhat more recently, it's a big club and you ain't in it. Second, the main reason this tiny sliver of society, the billionaires, the capitalist class, are able to own more wealth than a large majority of the world's population, more than billions, the only reason they can make us work long hours and live off crumbs while they amass untold wealth is by dividing working people, the overwhelming majority of society. To overcome that, we need to be clear about some things. By far, the most important division in society is between the capitalists and the rest of us. Between them, the rich, and the immense majority of us who struggle to survive. To succeed, we need to be clear about who our friends are and who our enemies are. Our enemies are the billionaires and the bosses, the capitalist class, their institutions, their political parties, and also their more treacherous spokespeople who sometimes appear and sound like they support workers, but really act as pressure release valves and gatekeepers. Our enemies are not other working class or middle class or poor people. They are not immigrants or tech workers or workers in the South. Or Muslims, or trans people, or ordinary Republican or Democratic voters, or independent voters, or non-voters. Our enemies are those who make billions, or even millions of dollars a year, own the politicians, own the land and the resources, and who call the shots in the system. Our enemies are also those who justify and protect the interests of the rich. And because we outnumber them 1,000,000 times over, they need to invent 1,000,000 ways to divide us. They use nationalism and xenophobia. They tell us that workers in other countries, whether China or Russia or immigrants from Mexico, they tell us they are our enemy. This is one of Trump and the Republican Party's favorites. They use identity politics, which is favored by the Democratic Party. Identity politics is a systematic weapon used by the ruling class to stoke division between white workers and non-white workers, between workers based on gender, sexual orientation, and nationality, between workers with college education and millions of other workers whom Hillary Clinton insultingly called the basket of deplorables and Biden more recently called garbage. We need to be clear about the difference between identity politics and the fight against oppression. Identity politics is corrosive to working class solidarity. But it is the responsibility of all of us in the working class to fight together against all oppression. Against racism, sexism, transphobia, Islamophobia, xenophobia, and every other kind of prejudice. Because if we don't, we are just playing into the boss's ploy to divide us and use that division to keep us all at low wages with poor standards of living and afraid to fight while they rake it in. Some of the most important victories we won through my Socialist City Council office were on issues of oppression, and those victories helped to build for other victories. The Amazon tax itself would not have been won had we not won the support of the rank and file of the Black Lives Matter movement during the George Floyd rebellion in 2020 to defeat Jeff Bezos to win hundreds of millions every year in big business taxes to fund affordable social housing. Our Amazon tax raised $450 million last year alone. The favored tools of the Republicans at present are anti-immigrant and anti-LGBTQ, particularly anti-trans scapegoating. And of course, they try to blame the poor for the poverty. You know, Elon Musk famously or infamously just said the poor people are parasites. Both wings of the ruling class, he is the parasite, exactly. He and Bezos and Zuckerberg and all the rest of them. Both wings of the ruling class try to divide us on party lines also to make Democratic voters hate Republican voters and vice versa. The Democratic Party, who use identity politics for their own end, don't actually care about oppressed people. Actually, they stab them in the back the moment they can't leverage them for their own gains. When the Black Lives Matter movement was on the streets in the millions, the Democrats assured us all they were in favor of funding community programs and agreed the police budgets were bloated. They said Black Lives Matter, sometimes with tears in their eyes at press conferences. Then they broke virtually every promise they made with the help of black misleaders who just wanted money for their NGOs and a career ladder to climb. Sellouts come in every color. The Democrats claim to be all about immigrant rights. They attacked Trump for being anti-immigrant. And then Harris ran on the message that she'd be the best builder of the border wall. Many working people are concerned about immigration. This is unfortunately an issue on which Trump currently has support. There is genuine confusion. At the root of the support for deportations is the fact that millions of people have watched the American dream get kicked into the gutter. Millions are stuck in soulless, dead-end jobs that don't pay enough to make rent. They're saddled with student debt, medical debt, credit card debt. They face collapsing school districts for their children, gutting of social services. They're called deplorable, lazy, garbage. They face a society plundered by the billionaires, and they are justifiably angry. Trump and the right wing channel this anger by the scapegoating of immigrants. And we cannot fall for it. The boss's super exploitation and marginalization of immigrants is used to undermine the wages and conditions of all workers, both native-born and immigrant. Low wages for immigrants are used to drive down everyone else's wages. Immigrants worried about being deported are put in a position where it's more difficult for them to make demands for workplace safety, and they get more desperate and accept worse conditions. The net effects are all bad for native-born workers and the working class as a whole, because when the bosses can force immigrant workers to accept worse conditions, that means worse conditions for American-born workers also. Latin American immigrants don't leave their communities and often their families behind to risk everything, sometimes losing their very lives trying to get over the border for no reason. It is because of the devastating effects of US imperialism in their own countries, as well as the climate crisis. More and more deportations and firepower at the border will not end immigrant influx into the United States, and it's not going to solve the problems of American-born workers. The purpose of the anti-immigrant rhetoric is for you to turn your anger away from the billionaires and their sociopathic system of capitalism. If Trump carried out the kind of mass deportations he has talked about, it would have a hugely damaging impact on the economy and millions of native-born workers, as well as immigrants that are deported. It would almost shut down food productions and lead to a massive escalation of prices. Native-born and immigrant workers must stand together against the waves of deportation being carried out by both parties of the billionaires and fight for better wages and conditions for all of us. And incidentally, if Democrats wanted to fight Trump or defend immigrants, they would have immediately removed the totally corrupt and politically bankrupt New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who, in exchange for a corrupt pardon, is helping Trump and ICE carry out deportations. We can't stand for any of this. We have to maintain our focus on the rich. So I ask you, who is our enemy? Who is our enemy? The rich. That's right. It's the rich, the billionaires, and don't let them tell you any differently. We need to build unity on a broad basis with all those who want to fight with us against the rich. That part is important. We need unity with those who want to fight against the rich. Unity with those who want to fight is the basis on which we need to build. That is what we have done here in Seattle. That is how we won the highest major city minimum wage in the country and how we've defeated Amazon again and again. There are millions. There are millions who do want to fight back, and that's whom we are trying to reach, not those who admire the billionaires. What are we fighting for? I hope everyone has had a chance to read Worker Strike Back's program and the Fight the Rich campaign proposal we've circulated here today. These are the main demands we are proposing at our Worker Strike Back convention tomorrow, which we'll be discussing, amending, and voting on. Fight the rich and the billionaire class and their system. Workers need a real raise, $25 an hour minimum wage. Good union jobs for all. Stop the climate catastrophe. Take big energy corporations into workers' ownership. Fight racism, sexism, and all oppression. Stop mass deportations. Medicare for all and quality affordable housing, tax the rich, end the genocidal war on Gaza, no military aid, no occupation, bring down Trump, the billionaires, and their two parties, no more sellouts, we need a new party. We need to build our campaigns around things we agree on and that we can use to mobilize many thousands of people to fight for because they could make a real difference in their lives. Both Medicare for all and $25 an hour minimum wage and many of these other demands can inspire people to fight. And we must also keep our focus on ending the genocidal war on Gaza and the brutal occupation. It seems unlikely the current ceasefire will make it to the second phase, and already Israel has breached it multiple times. This is one of the worst genocides of our generation, and we must find every path to stop it. We need to build an international anti-war movement alongside an international workers' movement. We must refuse to support the boss's wars. And I mean both the war on Gaza and the bloody anti-imperialist war in Ukraine.
No war but class war.
Exactly. These conflicts are a product of the global capitalist crisis. We are entering into a new era of war, which comes out of the winding down of the era of neoliberal globalization, which was rooted in a world in which US imperialism was the undisputed power. That world is gone, replaced by the US-China global conflict, and with it, economic nationalism and proxy wars. The billionaires in different countries are increasingly locked in violent competition between each other, violence against, that we face. Imperialist war, including the horrific meat grinder taking place in Ukraine right now, is not in the interests of the working class, and we must reject it. The rich want us to offer up our corpses for the purpose of their fight over profits and resources. Neither Western imperialism nor Russian imperialism cares one bit for Ukrainian workers or Russian workers, neither does Zelensky. And not one more worker should be dying for Putin or Zelensky. As our friend said just now, the only war for us is class war. And we must support Ukrainian and Russian workers in their fight against their own capitalist classes in bringing down both Putin and Zelensky. That is a fight we should fully take on board. We should have no illusions in Trump's ideas of plundering the natural resources in Ukraine. Trump is no friend of working people in either Russia or Ukraine, and he is no anti-war president. The driving force in Trump's policy on the Ukraine-Russia war is the decisive anti-war message working people sent to the incumbent warmongering party of the ruling class, the Democratic Party, last year. And Trump realizes he needs to reckon with that pressure from the working class, including from his MAGA working class base, who are angry that tens of billions of dollars are being spent on wars and their needs go unfunded. It is all this that has prompted Trump to begin pushing talks for an end to the deeply unpopular war in Ukraine and to declare a temporary ceasefire in Gaza, which he predictably followed up by repeatedly and grotesquely calling for ethnic cleansing in Gaza. When we were campaigning for Jill Stein last year, we said Trump will double down on the war in Gaza. By the way, how shameful is it that Bernie Sanders is railing against the attempts to end the Ukraine war and end to a war that has ravaged Ukraine and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian and Russian people? This is what Bernie wants to rail against after he failed to stand up against a genocidal onslaught on Gaza, and now, instead of building a movement against federal employee firings and attacks on working people? So the question for us is, how do we build our movement? How do we fight back? I'll take an example from my first election campaign. We didn't invent the idea of $15 an hour, but it was our movement's victory in Seattle that turned in 2013 and 2014. It turned $15 an hour from a slogan into a national movement and into a series of concrete victories in other cities. Not everyone agreed with 15 when we started. To say the least, when we began organizing around it. It was a radical idea at the time, and many dismissed it as utopian. But my fellow socialists and I had the sense that it will inspire workers to fight, and it did, and our movement made history. Campaigning for 15 in my working class election campaign in 2013 was crucial, but it was just the beginning. It took an all-out fight. We immediately used the momentum from our election victory to launch a movement called 15 Now. We held mass organizing meetings, rallies, marches, built neighborhood action groups, and filed a ballot initiative to present a credible threat to big business and the Democrats. If they did not pass a strong 15 in City Hall, we would take it to the ballot box. That is how we won. We won despite all the attempts of the Democrats to block or water down the $15 minimum wage. And we won despite the attempts of some labor leaders behind the scenes trying to convince others in the movement that all we can win is $11 an hour, we should just dump 15. We need to similarly go on the offensive today. And the logistics industry, and specifically Amazon, is crucial. This industry underpins the billionaire's profit-making machine. Unionizing Amazon is therefore a strategically necessary task of the working class. A victory at Amazon would shift the balance of power between bosses and workers. It would set off a wave of strikes and unionization efforts comparable to the massive worker organizing wave of the 1930s. But defeating Amazon will be far from easy. We have seen that even when Amazon workers win union elections, the company will refuse to negotiate. Workers will need to take mass coordinated strike action at multiple key facilities and shut down profits in order to win a union and their demands. We need to unleash the full power of the labor movement and support Amazon workers' efforts with all possible resources. Rank and file union members will need to get organized together across unions along with non-union workers to demand action from existing labor leaders and to build a new fighting union leadership. Some people will ask, shouldn't we be running a lot of candidates for office? We do need to prepare the ground for a mass party of working people. But speaking as a former elected representative of working people myself, my answer to that question will be no, not right now. Not right now is not when we can run lots of candidates for office. Our movement at present is not strong enough to run significant numbers of candidates. Elections are also not the main way that change happens. People with progressive ideas get elected all the time, but without a strong movement behind them, they get absorbed into the system. They capitulate to the enormous pressures from the rich and their politicians. And it might seem ironic to you all that I'm saying this as somebody who has a decade-long track record of having used elected office in the correct way, but I say this because, tragically, that is the only example we can point out in our times of elected office being used in that way. So yes, it can be done, it needs to be done that way, but a sober assessment also is that it hasn't been done otherwise outside Seattle. We need to build a stronger movement now through other campaigns and struggles to prepare the ground to be able to run candidates independent of the two parties of the billionaires. Members of our movement who do want to run for office need to be accountable to working people from the outset. They should work with the Fight the Rich campaign on developing a strong working class political platform. They would need to run any such campaign on a clear fighting working class basis and agree to accept only the average worker's wage if elected, as I did during my entire decade in City Hall. And this is another point of confusion. And while it is the bare minimum that elected representatives should do, it is not enough for them to take pro-working class votes on legislation that is in front of them. That is not enough. They need to commit themselves, as I did, to a movement-building approach, to use their office to initiate and support campaigns on bold, far-reaching demands, and even though it will alienate and infuriate both Democratic and Republican politicians. And I'll tell you a rule of thumb is if you aren't infuriating the Democratic and Republican politicians, you're doing something deeply wrong. They will need to reject a careerist route and instead go to war against both parties and also against the gatekeepers that are around those parties, the NGO leaders, the labor leaders, and so on, to fight to win every possible gain for working people and the oppressed. They need to have the stomach to become enemy number one of the ruling class and arm themselves with mass movements as we did with our office. In addition to going on the offensive, we must also defend against the attacks by the billionaires and their two parties. And that includes the attacks by Trump, which are both a continuation and a serious escalation of the long-term bipartisan project of the US ruling class. It is austerity on steroids, deregulation on steroids, imperialism on steroids, and alongside this, it's the most dramatic concentration of executive power. Trump is pushing things as far as he can, as far as he thinks he can get away with. Trump is not carrying out tariffs for working people. They are a tax on all of us. In fact, we will pay for them through increasingly obscene prices for basic necessities. At root, it's an attempt to confuse us, to pit workers in different countries against each other, and to dishonestly justify more tax cuts for corporations and the rich. Already, 14,000 federal workers have been off, massive austerity cuts are being carried out, healthcare services are interrupted, farmers are in danger of losing their farms, and we have seen Trump and Republicans' latest threats on Medicare and Medicaid. No one should have any expectation at all that Democrats will fight against Trump. Democrats have themselves brought up again and again their willingness to attack Social Security and Medicare, including Obama and his so-called grand bargain. The Democrats paid the way for all this. Our movement was completely correct to reject Harris and the Democrats in the election and to take an independent, anti-war, pro-worker position behind Jill Stein's campaign and to refuse and to refuse to bend to the lesser evil pressures. And it's extremely important that Jill and the Green Party ran on a clear anti-war pro-worker program and stood up against all the attacks. The Democrats earned their loss. Had Harris done nothing other than taken an anti-war position on Gaza and condemned the genocide, she would very likely have won. Had she also campaigned on Medicare for all and $15 in addition, Trump wouldn't have had a chance. Trump is being assisted by the complicity of the Democratic Party. Why? Because, it's not that they don't have a spine, quote unquote, as some like to say. They do have a spine when it comes to fighting against working people. When it comes to doubling down on genocide, when it comes to breaking the railroad worker strike, they had a spine when they fought against every single thing our movements fought for in Seattle, from 15 to Amazon tax to renters' rights. They certainly don't oppose austerity. They don't oppose genocide or ethnic cleansing in Gaza. They don't oppose Trump's anti-immigrant agenda. And so they are not about to stick their necks out to defend against attacks on working people and the poor, those same working people and poor people that Democrats spent the last 4 years attacking. The main complaint of the Democrats and the wing of the billionaire class that supported Harris is that they don't like how Trump is doing things, how it is destabilizing the system, their own system, and the credibility in the eyes of working people of their system. And of course, it isn't that Democrats are simply standing aside either. They are frequently joining in. The 12 senators and the dozens of House Democrats who voted for the Riley-Laken bill, which destroys the right to due process for non-citizens, including legal permanent residents, by allowing ICE to arrest and deport any non-citizen who has been charged, not convicted, charged with a crime which can be as minor as shoplifting. And how about Fetterman's support for Trump's attacks on Palestinians? Bernie approving anti-worker warmonger Marco Rubio's nomination. The list is practically endless. While being clear, though, that the Democrats are not on our side, we also need to be crystal clear about something else. We cannot in any way live in the past. We cannot de-emphasize, understate, or explain away the damage that is currently being done by Trump, Musk, and company. Trump and his cabal of billionaires are doing their level best to do more damage in a few months than the bipartisan attack of Republicans and Democrats was able to do over multiple years. But we should also not overstate, as some do, and say that this is fascism now in the White House. It's important that we not use that word lightly or inaccurately. What fascism is and isn't is a whole discussion unto itself. But the fundamental reality is that while Trump would like to rule as a dictator, that is not the objective basis for it. The overwhelming majority of working people do not support Trump's attacks on democracy. One of Trump's most unpopular political moves was January 6th, which was strongly opposed by the overwhelming majority, including most people who voted Republican. And now his blanket pardon of those guilty of violence on January 6th is itself deeply unpopular, according to the polls. This is also the reason for Trump's doublespeak in saying that free speech is back. He pretends to be pro-democracy because he has to. He is helped by comparison with the Democrats who've been carrying out a crackdown on free speech in recent years, including the brutal repression against campus anti-war protesters. The capitalists, for their part, have absolutely no love of democracy. Yet, they don't want the chaos that goes along with destroying the institution of their system, which have served them incredibly well for almost 250 years. And while they are on board with big parts of Trump's agenda, of attacking workers, of austerity, of deregulation, etc., they don't want an unchecked Trump or the kind of utter chaos that fascism brought on the ruling classes and capitalism as a whole in the first half of the 20th century. The capitalists see capitalist democracy, which is of course highly limited and is mainly democracy for the billionaires, but such as it is the best possible shell for their interests. Suffice it to say that if this was fascism, this meeting would not be taking place. Many of us here today would be in prison right now or facing far worse. But we have to be clear about what is happening, how very dangerous it is, and the urgent need to fight back. While we should not for a moment let up on the Democrats, the fact is they are no longer in power. Trump and the Republicans are. And we need to fight back powerfully against them, just as we fought Biden and his party. And it's ironic that, as I said, Elon Musk calls poor people parasitic. He makes $8 million a day from government contracts that his companies have. He's one of the biggest parasites in history. Working people make everything run in this society. We create all the wealth. Nothing works without us. Not the grocery stores, not the electrical grid, not the coffee houses, not the buses, not the Amazon warehouses, not one building in this city, not one board, not one brick was put in place by a billionaire. We need to win over people to our movement who voted for Trump, who voted for Harris, who didn't vote at all, or those who, like us, campaigned and voted for the strongest anti-war pro-worker candidate, Jill Stein. We know from history that we can unite working people through common struggle. For any of you who have been on a picket line, you know what solidarity is. For any of you who've been part of a successful social movement like Tax Amazon, you know what solidarity is. And you know that in successful movements, we can have respectful discussions about our differences and our strategies. We come together around the best strategies, and we carry them out together on a principled, united basis. In order for workers to win the 8-hour day or Social Security or the end of Jim Crow segregation, we had to cut across the divisions and the bosses tried to create. Trump's firing of federal employees is the biggest attack on them since Reagan went after PATCO, the union of air traffic controllers, and fired 11,000 of them in 1981. That act had devastating effects for the labor movement that have lasted to the present day. So my question is, where is the labor leadership when Trump is firing thousands of union members? In the face of this dangerous escalation of executive power, there should be mass strike action. That would be a way to actually block Trump's assault, to bring the government offices and business of the US state to a grinding halt. To shut down corporate profits, shut down the economy. Instead, we have Auto Workers Union President Shawn Fain authoring an op-ed in which he announces he's ready to work with Trump. We have Sean O'Brien, the Teamster leader, kissing up to Trump and MAGA, throwing immigrant workers under the bus, and openly surrendering to anti-union right-to-work laws. This is an absolutely shameful capitulation. It is beyond disgraceful. And let's also note the conspicuous absence of the labor leadership in any effort to build a unionizing drive in Amazon nationally. This is an abdication. This is an abdication of responsibility of gigantic proportions because they understand, as we do, that unionizing Amazon is a backbone task to build anything right now. As I said when we launched Worker Strike Back, we need a reckoning in the labor movement to take down the business unionist leadership and restore the militant, radical, rank-and-file organizing on which the labor movement was built. And I know many hoped Shawn Fain was different. He has proved, Shawn Fain, auto workers leader, he has proved otherwise. We have to take our movement to the unions whenever possible, wherever possible, as Worker Strike Back has done since our launch. But only 10% of this country is unionized, unfortunately. It's because of the 50 years of capitulation. The working class is not just the unionized workers. It is not just those who work with their hands or who would be considered blue collar. It is all of us who have no choice but to work for a living. All of us, whether we have a union or not. All of us who can't sit back and live off wealth. We need to build a fighting workers movement that includes all of us together, including students, retirees, and the unemployed, all those who want to fight. But who's not wanting to fight? It's clearly the majority of labor leaders, and certainly the Democratic Party leaders are not among those who want to fight. Both of them fear the empowerment of working people and the threat it poses to their system far more than any part of Trump's attacks. It's also the same reason the Democrats extinguished both Bernie campaigns. And so they prefer complicity. And the labor movement has been completely undermined by business unionist leaders who have long been tied at the hip to the Democratic Party and don't want conflict with the bosses. Business unionism is the utterly failed strategy that workers should let labor leaders quietly negotiate contracts with the bosses rather than getting organized to wrench a strong contract from the hands of the bosses. Business unionists put their stress on the bargaining process, and they fear antagonizing management by mobilizing workers, much less going on strikes. Business unionist ideas have led to a steadily worsened wages and benefits and working condition situation over the past decades. They have led to dramatic declines in number of workers, as I said, who even have a union. We need to rebuild the labor movement on the basis of class struggle strategies. From the best militant traditions of labor's past, the traditions that were central to the three strikes that led the way in 1934, all strikes, by the way, led by socialists in Minneapolis, in Toledo, and San Francisco. You can watch. You can watch a recent episode of Worker Strike Back's broadcast on the Minneapolis General Strike. Those same traditions were used to unionize the auto industry in the late 1930s. Militant union organizers, many of whom were socialists or communists, led a massive organizing drive built around a clear understanding of what they were up against and saw their struggle as a class war. They strategically targeted a series of key auto plants that produced components without which the rest of the factories in General Motors could not build cars. They shut down the supply chain, and with it, most of GM. They shut down the profits. They threatened the stability of the boss's system, which is what forced them to accept the union and the workers' demands. The success of the auto industry fight, which dealt this massive blow, built the basis for the fastest wave of unionization in US history. We need to learn lessons from those workers' movements today. And we need to build Worker Strike Back into a mass force nationally, as well as other class struggle organizations. If you are not yet a member of Worker Strike Back, I hope you will join today. And if you're in person here, come to our convention tomorrow. If you're watching over live stream, please sign up as a member of Worker Strike Back, and we will be in touch. We have monthly Zoom meetings as well. We must recognize that there will be no future for humanity on the basis of gradual change or small reforms which will then be walked back at a later date. Climate crisis is an existential threat. We need to end all fossil fuel use as rapidly as possible. This has been known to science for decades, and yet here we are. To stop climate catastrophe and to stop future, more dangerous growth of the right wing, we need to stop capitalism. But we can't do that with these corporations in the hands of the billionaires because we can't control what we don't own. We need to take the big energy corporations, the big banks, all the major corporations into democratic public ownership and run them ourselves. We need to take the reins of society away from the capitalists. All of our fights right now, the small ones and the big ones, have to be towards that end. I am a member of Worker Strike Back, and I am also a member, like Emily, of Revolutionary Workers, a revolutionary socialist organization. If you, like me, agree that capitalism cannot be reformed, that it needs to be replaced by a global system of solidarity and sustainability and democracy, then you should consider joining revolutionary workers. Solidarity.
All right, hey everyone. I just wanted to give you a couple of announcements. First, we've crossed over 2,500 live stream viewers. So if you are watching right now, please go ahead and share the event link, share your live stream link on your network. You can find the link on the On Strike channel. You can also find it at Worker Strike Back social media accounts, as well as Do Dissidents and on the Chris Hedges show itself. We're also filling up in person. So if you are here in this room, if you would please move in, bring yourselves in, and fill in the space in the middle. We are trying to feel our power here. If you're downstairs, still come upstairs as soon as you can so you can participate in person. All right, thank you very much. Many accolades could try to describe our next speaker. He is a Pulitzer Prize-winning author and journalist. But most importantly, in my estimation, has been his fierce independence and honesty. For 4 decades, he's refused to silence ugly truths and recognizing that for-profit newspapers run by billionaires and even public news outlets which are independent on corporate sponsors will never be willing to expose those same corporate sponsors. Without any further ado, I'd like to welcome Chris Hedges to the stage.
Thank you. For several decades, I and a handful of others, Sheldon Wolin, Noam Chomsky, John Burns Johnson, Cornel West, Barbara Ehrenreich, Ralph Nader, and of course Jill Stein and Kshama Sawant, warned that the expanding social inequality and capture of our democratic institutions, including the media, the Congress, organized labor, academia, and the courts by corporations and oligarchs would inevitably lead to an authoritarian and finally Christian fascist state. My books, American Fascists, The Christian Right and the War on America, Empire of Illusion, The End of Literacy and the Triumph of Spectacle, Death of the Liberal Class, Days of Destruction, Days of Revolt, written with Joe Sacco, Wages of Rebellion, and America the Farewell Tour were a succession of impassioned pleas to take the decay seriously. But I take no joy in being correct. The rage of those abandoned by the economy, the fears and concerns of a beleaguered and insecure middle class, and the numbing isolation that comes with the loss of community will be the kindling for a dangerous mass movement, I wrote in American Fascists in 2007. If these dispossessed are not reincorporated into mainstream society, if they eventually lose all hope of finding good, stable jobs and opportunities for themselves and their children, in short, the promise of a brighter future, the specter of American fascism will beset the nation. This despair, this loss of hope, this denial of a future leads the desperate into the arms of those who promise miracles and dreams of apocalyptic glory. Donald Trump does not herald the collapse of democracy. He heralds the ripping away of the veneer that mask the rot within the ruling structures and their pretense of democracy. He is the symptom, not the disease. The loss of basic democratic norms began long before Trump. Deindustrialization, deregulation, austerity, unchecked predatory corporations, including the healthcare industry, wholesale surveillance of every American, social inequality, an electoral system defined by legalized bribery, endless and futile wars, the largest prison population in the world, and the feelings of betrayal, stagnation, and despair, combined in a toxic brew that has culminated in inchoate and justified hatred of the ruling class. And the Democrats are as guilty as the Republicans. Trump and his coterie of billionaires, generals, half-wits, Christian fascists, criminals, racists, and moral deviants play the role of the Snopes clan in some of William Faulkner's novels I wrote in America, The Farewell Tour. The Snopeses filled the power vacuum of the decayed South and ruthlessly seized control from the degenerated former slaveholding aristocratic elites. Flem Snopes and his extended family, which includes a killer, a pedophile, a bigamist, an arsonist, a mentally disabled man who copulates with a cow, and a relative who sells tickets to witness the bestiality, are fictional representations of the scum now elevated to the highest level of the federal government. They embody the moral decay unleashed by unfettered capitalism. The usual reference to amorality, while accurate, is not sufficiently distinctive and by itself does not allow us to place them as they should be placed in a historical moment the critic Irving Howe wrote of the Snopeses. Perhaps the most important thing to be said is that they are what comes afterwards, the creatures that emerge from the devastation with the slime still upon their lips. Let a world collapse in the South or Russia, and there appear figures of coarse ambition, driving their way up from beneath the social bottom, men to whom moral claims are not so much absurd as incomprehensible, sons of bushwhackers or muziks drifting in from nowhere and taking over through the sheer outrageousness of their monolithic force, Howe writes. They become presidents of local banks and chairmen of party regional committees, and later, a trifle slicked up, they muscle their way into Congress or the Politburo, scavengers without inhibition. They need not believe in the crumbling official code of their society. They need only learn to mimic its sounds. The political philosopher Sheldon Wolin called our system of governance inverted totalitarianism, one that kept the old iconography, language, symbols, but had handed the internal levers of power to corporations and the rich. Now we are shifting to totalitarian's more recognizable form, one dominated by a demagogue and an ideology grounded in our homegrown Christian fascism. We live in a two-tiered legal system, one where poor people are harassed, arrested, and jailed for absurd infractions, such as selling loose cigarettes, which led to Eric Garner being choked to death by the New York City police in 2014, while crimes of appalling magnitude by the oligarchs and corporations, from oil spills to bank fraud in the hundreds of billions of dollars, which wiped out 40% of the world's wealth, are dealt with through tepid administrative controls, symbolic fines, and civil enforcement that give these wealthy perpetrators immunity from criminal prosecution, I wrote in America, The Farewell Tour. The utopian ideology of neoliberalism and global capitalism is a vast con, a mechanism to funnel wealth upwards to the billionaire class. the working poor whose unions and rights were stripped from them and whose wages have stagnated or declined over the past 40 years have been disempowered and impoverished. Their lives, as Barbara Ehrenreich chronicled in Nickel and Dimed, are one long, stress-ridden emergency. The middle class is evaporating. Cities that once manufactured products and offered factory jobs are boarded up wastelands. The destruction is a ruse. Corporations, the destruction of trade barriers is a ruse corporations and the billionaire class use to stash $1.42 trillion in profits in overseas banks to avoid paying taxes. The labels liberal and conservative are meaningless, evidenced by a Democratic presidential candidate who turned to Wall Street bankers to formulate her economic policies and bragged about an endorsement from Dick Cheney, a war criminal who left office with a 13% approval rating. Fascism is always the bastard child of a bankrupt liberalism. The attraction of Trump is that, although vile and buffoonish, he mocks the political charade. Trump lies like he breathes, but the lies told by the two establishment parties caused far more pain and did far more damage than the lies told by Trump. Trump is merely the apotheosis of a culture of mendacity, deception, and exploitation, for we are a culture awash in lies. It no longer matters what is true, it matters only what is correct. The correct ideology of neoliberalism is as delusional as the correct ideology of the Christian fascists. Neither are reality-based belief systems. Totalitarianism elevates the brutal and the stupid, those with no genuine political philosophy other than a lust for wealth and power. Empty, mind-numbing cliches and slogans, most of which are absurd and contradictory, replace political discourse. And this is as true for the Christian right as it is for those who preach free market economics and globalization. The illusions peddled on our screens, including the fictitious persona created for Trump on The Apprentice, have replaced reality. Politics is burlesque, as Kamala Harris's vapid, celebrity-filled, issueless campaign illustrated. It is smoke and mirrors created by an army of agents, publicists, marketing departments, promoters, pollsters, script writers, wardrobe consultants, and public announcers. Our money-drenched, heavily managed elections are little more than totalitarian plebiscites designed to give a veneer of legitimacy to oligarchic and corporate power. The political malaise is mirrored in a cultural malaise, what Soren Kierkegaard calls a sickness unto death, the numbing of the soul by nihilism. The cult of the self dominates our cultural landscape. I wrote An Empire of Illusion. This cult has within it the classic traits of psychopaths: superficial charm, grandiosity, and self-importance, a need for constant stimulation, a penchant for lying, deception, and manipulation, and the inability to feel remorse or guilt. This is, of course, the ethic promoted by corporations. It is the ethic of unfettered capitalism. It is the misguided belief that personal style and personal advancement, mistaken for individualism, are the same as democratic equality. In fact, personal style, defined by the commodities we buy or consume, has become a compensation for our loss of democratic equality. We have a right in the cult of the self to get whatever we desire. We can do anything, even belittle and destroy those around us, including our friends, to make money, to be happy, to become famous. Once fame and wealth are achieved, they become their own justification, their own morality. How one gets there is irrelevant. Once you get there, those questions are no longer asked. My book, Empire of Illusion, begins in Madison Square Garden at a World Wrestling Entertainment Tour. I understood that professional wrestling was the template for our social and political life, but I did not know that it would produce a president, and soon a secretary of education, who has vowed to shut the department down. The bouts are stylized rituals I wrote in what could have been a description of a Trump rally. They are public expressions of pain and a fervent longing for revenge, the lurid and detailed sagas behind each bout, rather than the wrestling matches themselves, are what drive crowds to a frenzy. These ritualized battles give those packed in the arenas a temporary, heady release from mundane lives. The burden of real problems is transformed into fodder for a high-energy pantomime. It is not going to get better. The tools to shut down dissent have been cemented into place. Our democracy cratered years ago. All Trump has to do to establish a naked police state is flip a switch, and he will. The worse reality becomes, the less a beleaguered population wants to hear about it, I wrote at the conclusion of Empire of Illusion, and the more it distracts itself with squalid pseudo-events of celebrity breakdowns, gossip, and trivia. These are the debauched revels of a dying civilization. The system is not reformable. Either we obstruct in the only form left to us, which is mass mobilization, acts of sustained civil disobedience, especially the strike, or we are frog-marched into serfdom. To be innocent now in the eyes of the state is to be guilty. It is to be complicit in this radical evil. It is to bear the mark of Cain. It is to do nothing, to defend the weak, the oppressed, the poor, and those who suffer, and to protect the planet. Choose, but choose fast. Time is running out. The sick, unable to afford care, are dying. The poor, especially children, are going hungry. Families, along with the mentally ill, are thrown into our streets. The unemployed and underemployed are desperate. Schools are being defunded and privatized. Our prisons are packed. The undocumented are being hunted down, imprisoned, and deported. Our roads, bridges, dams, levees, power grids, rail lines, subways, bus services are crumbling. The ecosystem is disintegrating as temperatures rise and freak weather patterns, wildfires, hurricanes, droughts, flooding, tornadoes, melting polar ice caps and glaciers drive desperate migrants northwards from the global south. This is the dystopia the ruling global class, the ruling capitalists, are shoving down our throats. No social or revolutionary movement succeeds without a core of people who will not betray their vision and their principles. In other words, like all of us here, militants. They are the building blocks of social change. They are our only hope for a viable socialism. They are willing to spend their lives as political outcasts. They are willing to endure repression. They refuse to sell out the oppressed and the poor. They know that you stand with all of the oppressed, those in our prisons and marginal communities, the poor, unemployed workers, our LGBTQ community, undocumented workers, the mentally ill, and the Palestinians. Or you stand with none of the oppressed. They know that when you fight for the oppressed, you get treated like the oppressed. And liberals plead with us to believe in the ultimate goodness of the ruling class, the fantasy that justice and social equality can be achieved through their bankrupt institutions, including the Democratic Party, even though, like Herod of old, they repeatedly sell us out. We are castigated for our anger, our alienation from the centers of power, and our bleakness. We are told to adopt a positive attitude, to trust the system, that we can awaken the dead consciences of the atrophied souls, the plutocrats running Amazon, Halliburton, Goldman Sachs, ExxonMobil, and Citibank, and the two ruling parties. I cannot count how many times I have been told this. But this is the road to despair, not hope. Hope comes when we physically defy those in power. Those who succumb to apathy or complicity are enemies of hope, and they become in their passivity agents of injustice. Hope has a cost. Hope is not comfortable or easy. Hope requires personal risk. Hope does not come with the right attitude. Hope is not about peace of mind. Hope is action. Hope is doing something. The more futile, the more useless, the more irrelevant and incomprehensible an act of rebellion is, the vaster and more potent hope becomes. Hope never makes sense. Hope is absurd. Hope knows that an injustice visited on our neighbor is an injustice visited on us all. Hope posits that people are drawn to the good by the good. And this is the secret of hope's power. It is why it can never finally be defeated. Hope demands for others what we demand for ourselves. Hope does not separate us from them. Hope sees in our neighbor, even our enemy, our own face. And the powerful do not understand hope. Hope is not part of their vocabulary. They speak in the cold, dead words of national security, global markets, electoral strategy, staying on message, image, and profits. The powerful protect their own. They divide the world into the damned and the blessed, the patriots and the traitors, the rich and the poor. They insist that extinguishing lives in foreign wars or in our prison complexes is a form of human progress. They cannot see that the suffering of a child in Gaza or a child in the blighted pockets of Washington, D.C. diminishes and impoverishes us all. They are deaf, dumb, and blind to hope. Those addicted to power, consumed by self-exaltation, cannot decipher the words of hope any more than most of us can decipher hieroglyphics. Hope to Wall Street bankers and politicians, to the masters of war and commerce, is not practical, it is gibberish, it means nothing. I cannot promise you it will be easy. I cannot assure you that tens of thousands will join us. I cannot pretend that going to jail is pleasant. I cannot say that anyone in Congress, anyone in the boardrooms of the corporations that cannibalize our nation, anyone in the press will be moved to pity to act for the common good. I cannot tell you these wars will end or the hungry will be fed. I cannot say that justice will roll down like a mighty wave and restore our nation to sanity. But I can say this: if we resist and carry out acts, no matter how small, of open defiance, hope will not be extinguished. Hope cannot be sustained if it cannot be seen. Any act of rebellion, any physical defiance of those who make war, of those who perpetuate corporate greed and are responsible for state crimes, anything that seeks to draw the good to the good, nourishes our souls and holds out the possibility that we can touch and transform the souls of others. Hope affirms that which we must affirm, and every act that imparts hope is a victory in itself. I saw the power of hope in the mass movements in East Germany, Czechoslovakia, and Romania that brought down these regimes. These uprisings were spontaneous outbursts by an enraged population that had had enough of repression, mismanagement, and corruption. No one from the dissidents themselves to the ruling communist parties anticipated these revolts. They erupted, as all revolutions do, from tinder that had been waiting years for a spark. That this tinder exists in American society is undeniable, although to date, its primary expression has been fascistic. These revolutions were led by a handful of dissidents who, until the fall of 1989, were marginalized and dismissed by the state as inconsequential. The state periodically sent state security to harass them. It often ignored them. I am not even sure you could call these dissidents an opposition. They were profoundly isolated within their own societies. The state media denied them a voice. They had no legal status and were locked out of the political system. They were blacklisted. They struggled to make a living. But when the breaking point in Eastern Europe came, when the ruling communist ideology lost all credibility, there was no question in the minds of the public about whom they could trust. The demonstrators that poured into the streets of East Berlin and Prague were aware of who would sell them out and who would not. They trusted those such as Václav Havel, who had dedicated their lives to fighting for an open society, those who had been willing to be condemned as non-persons and go to jail for their defiance. And no matter how tempting it was to give up, to make compromises with power, they did not. Julian Benda reminds us that we can serve two sets of principles: privilege and power, or justice and truth. The more we make compromises with those who serve privilege and power, the more we diminish the capacity for justice and truth. Our strength comes from our steadfastness to justice and truth, a steadfastness that accepts that the corporate forces arrayed against us may crush us, but that the more we make compromises with those who serve privilege and power, the more we diminish our own strength. Karl Popper in The Open Society and Its Enemies writes that the question is not how do you get good people to rule. Popper says this is the wrong question. Most people attracted to power, he writes, have rarely been above average, either morally or intellectually, and often below it. The question is how do we build mass movements to hold the powerful to account even when those in power come from our own ranks? There is a moment in Henry Kissinger's memoirs, do not buy the book, when Nixon and Kissinger are looking out at tens of thousands of anti-war protesters who have surrounded the White House. Nixon had placed empty city buses in front of the White House to keep the protesters back. He worried out loud that the crowd would break through the barricades and get him and Kissinger. And that is exactly where we want people in power to be. This is why, although he was not a liberal, Nixon was our last liberal president. He was scared of movements. And if we cannot make the elites scared of us, we fail. This is our calling. Our failure to immediately build a counterweight to the Democratic Party after it abandoned the working class with the passage of the North American Free Trade Agreement in 1994 was our gravest mistake. And this mistake was compounded by allowing liberals to herd us repeatedly into the embrace of the Democratic Party, promising it could be changed from within, that the corporate indentured party leadership would ever permit Bernie Sanders to be the nominee, or the stated goals of his platform to be embraced is delusional. Alex de Tocqueville correctly saw that when citizens can no longer participate in a meaningful way in political life, political populism is replaced by a cultural populism of sameness, resentment, and mindless patriotism, and by a form of anti-politics he calls democratic despotism. Only 11.3% of workers in this country belong to unions. This is the lowest percentage in 80 years. And nearly all these unions, and especially the AFL-CIO, have been emasculated by corporate power. We are not going to be assisted in our revolt by established unions. Union leaders such as the Teamster Sean O'Brien are bought off, they are comfortable, they are pulling down at least 5 times what rank and file workers make. They have sold out to the Democratic Party, or in the case of O'Brien, to Trump. We forget, as Alexander Herzen said, that we are not the doctors, we are the disease. We have to mount protests not only outside the doors of Walmart and Amazon, not only outside congressional offices, but outside the doors of union headquarters. There is no established institution we can trust. They are broken. But there are 30 million working poor, victims of mass layoffs, trapped in debt peonage, manipulated and used by the political elite, willing to rise up if we stop our virtue signaling and woke purity tests and speak to them in the language of class warfare. And this is why I support Workers' Strike Back. But let us be clear-eyed about what lies ahead. The enemies of freedom throughout history have always charged its defenders with subversion. The enemies of freedom have always convinced segments of a captive population to parrot back cliches to justify their rule and serve as goons and vigilantes in the name of patriotism. Those who created our mafia economy inevitably created our mafia state. And we must organize and organize fast to break our chains, one by one, to use the power of the strike to cripple the state machinery. We must embrace a militant radicalism, one that offers a new vision and a new social structure. We must hold fast to moral imperatives. We must forgive mortgage and student debt, institute universal health care, and break up monopolies. We must raise the minimum wage and end the squandering of hundreds of billions of dollars to sustain the empire and the war industry. We must establish a nationwide jobs program to rebuild the country's collapsing infrastructure. We must take into public ownership the banks, the pharmaceutical corporations, military contractors, and transportation, and end the extraction of fossil fuel. And we must end the genocide in Gaza. And that means the boycott, sanction, and divestment of the apartheid state of Israel. None of this will happen until we organize and refuse to walk away from our commitment to justice and to socialism. As the country disintegrates, as feelings of betrayal and abandonment mount, the ruling class will use their organs of propaganda, including the media, to blame us. Those in open defiance of authority for the chaos. The mafia state will be brutal. Capitalists, as Eduardo Galeano writes, view communal cultures as enemy cultures. The billionaire class will do to us what it did to the radicals who rose up to form militant unions in the past. We had the bloodiest labor wars in the industrialized world. Hundreds of American workers were killed. Tens of thousands were beaten, wounded, jailed, and blacklisted. Unions were infiltrated, shut down, and outlawed. We cannot be naive. It will be difficult, costly, and painful, but this confrontation is our only hope. Otherwise, we and the planet that sustains us are doomed. And I concede, we may not succeed. So be it. At least those who come after us, and I speak as a father, will say we tried. The corporate forces that have us in their death grip will destroy the lives of my children. They will destroy the lives of your children. They will destroy the ecosystem that makes life possible, and we owe it to those who come after us not to be complicit in this evil. We owe it to them to refuse to be good Germans. This is a battle, quite literally, between freedom and slavery, between life and death. It is that grave. And it is a battle that no matter the odds, we must fight. But in the end, I do not fight fascists because I will win. I fight fascists because they are fascists. Thank you.
The fact that Chris Hedges is here from across the nation at this organizing conference reveals that he's one of those all too rare leaders who wants to fight for working people, who uses his fame to stand with working and poor people and against war. Chris Hedges was the only public figure who supported socialists when Kshama first ran for city council here in Seattle in 2013. In fact, we didn't even have to knock on his door. It was Chris who reached out to Kshama and said, "I want to support your campaign." Chris Hedges has joined Workers Strike Back because he understands how important building our movement is, and I urge all of you to join Workers Strike Back if you haven't already. I also wanted to announce that we are now officially over 6.5 thousand people watching alongside us on live stream. And again, I urge you, if you haven't shared what exciting event you're at with your network, to send that link out and say you can watch alongside me so we can continue to build that number into the tens of thousands. So our next speaker, it's my great honor to introduce. She's a longtime Green Party member, and she has run unambiguously pro-worker, anti-war presidential campaigns, especially last year against both Trump and Harris. She stood strong against years of slander by corporate media, by Democratic Party hacks. They're constantly wondering, where is Jill Stein? Well, I am excited to tell all of you here today that she's here to speak to us.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Thank you all so very much. It is really a joy to be here. It is a joy to hear what everyone is saying. And it is a joy to be a part of this movement. I come here a little bit under the weather, as some of you may know. having had a bad case of the flu a couple weeks ago and then some asthma triggered by that flu. And I almost didn't come, feeling like there was no way I could actually prepare for this amazing summit. But at the end, I decided I needed to come just to be here, just to bear witness, just because this is what democracy looks like, and this is how we fight back. And if we come away from today with nothing more than the commitment to stay together, to be together, to know that what we did in the last election was not just okay, it was absolutely essential. It was world-saving. It is the way forward. This is what we must do. And the fact that they continue to blame us and to try to, to smear us for having challenged empire and oligarchy and genocide, the fact that they will not let up is absolutely the affirmation of our lasting impact and the fact that we must keep up this fight. In our minds, it's really important to invert the smears when they come at you. It should be an affirmation. It should be seen as a badge of honor. It should be seen as a confirmation that what we do absolutely matters. So I say, bring it on. Keep those smears coming. Keep us relevant. So we are very much here, and I want to thank everyone here virtually and in the room who's here to take back power from the billionaires and their two parties that serve them, and to put power into the hands of working people. So we continue the momentum of our pro-worker, anti-war, anti-genocide, climate emergency to demand an America and a world that works for working people, which is the only world that works for all of us. And it's important to know that that world in many ways is closer than it has ever been, because empire and oligarchy are indeed unraveling right now before our very eyes. They are collapsing in front of us. Empire is falling, we are rising, and this is unstoppable. So it's really critical, above all, to reject the propaganda that tells us that we are powerless, that resistance is futile. So many of us right now, a recent poll, even before the shit started hitting the fan, something like 72% of Americans were tuning out of politics in the wake of the last election, the 24 election. 72%, according to polls, are tuning out because politics has become so toxic, so distasteful. And that is true, but it cannot stop there. We have to seize the moment. This is that perfect storm for speaking to the vast majority of Americans right now who are in revolt. They've just been denied a framework in which to unite that revolt. And that is what we are doing here today and with this Workers' Strike Back movement. So I encourage everyone to become a part of it if you are not already. Their resistance, their continuing smears against us, tells us that they, in fact, are terrified. They are terrified because they know that their days are numbered and they know that we are getting together. That is why they pulled out all the stops during our campaign. Their army of lawyers, their infiltrators and spies, which they publicly advertised for, their delay in our public funding, which kept us off the ballot in several states because we were not able to pay the costs of getting on the ballot where those deadlines were missed. The fact that they created a war room of constant lies and smears to disparage and suppress our campaign. That war room cost more than the entire cost of our whole campaign. So that tells you what the terms were. They were terrified. Over 1/3 of eligible voters are not voting because they reject these toxic candidates and political parties being rammed down our throats. And who are those 1 out of every 3, more than 1 out of every 3 eligible voters who don't vote? They are largely people of color, low income, and youth. Exactly the people who benefit from the agenda that we propose. So this is a meltdown of empire, a meltdown of duopoly, and it is on the verge of that transformation to a people-powered politics. This is the American public, where, where 68% of Americans, last they asked, wanted an immediate ceasefire and an end to the genocide, where over 60% want a shutdown of all military aid to Israel. This is astounding. This is not so much a problem of a misinformed public. This is a problem of a public which is denied representation. We have an anti-democratic government, is what we have, both political parties. And as said earlier, Trump is a symptom. He is not the disease itself. He is part of the disease, but he is not the driver of that disease. He is a symptom of it. That disease is wreaking havoc on every dimension of our lives. It was, some months ago, it was said to be over 60% of Americans who are living paycheck to paycheck. Well, now that is over 2/3. It's now over 66% of Americans. Over half of Americans are now struggling to pay their rent, paying more than 30 or even 50% of their monthly income just to keep a roof over their heads. Meanwhile, the rate of homelessness is absolutely unprecedented. Last year, the number of homeless increased by 18% in 1 year alone. That's on top of a 12% increase the year before. 100 million people are strapped in medical debt, 44 million in student debt. Half of youth say that they are hopeless about the future. 1 in 4 have considered harming themselves within 2 weeks of the poll alone because of how desperate they are about the condition of their lives. This says really more than anything that what is being imposed on us by the parties of oligarchy, by the corporate duopoly, is absolutely unsustainable, unforgivable, and it will not stand. Do not be fooled for a minute. We've all been kind of knocked off of our feet by this incredibly rapid assault, one thing after another. We're not sure how critical each attack is. Where are we to turn our attention before we've observed, before we have even come to terms with the last hit? There are 5 more the next day. So this is really designed to keep us on our back feet, to keep us basically falling over. But in fact, do not be fooled into thinking that there is support for the oligarch agenda. Elon Musk himself, who people initially were favorable towards, even within the Republican Party now, he has become an absolute anathema. And there's overwhelming disapproval of Elon Musk and of his having any influence whatsoever in our government. The same is true for Trump's other policies. There was support. It wasn't overwhelming, but there was support across the board. Now that has pretty much gone, except on the issue of deportations, where the Democrats shared with the Republicans this pack of lies that really persuaded the American people, shamefully, into thinking that immigrants are the cause of greater crime, are the cause of the drugs coming into this country. It's actually the opposite. Immigrants are far safer, are far more community, family, and job oriented. Immigrants are not the problem. The problem is the US policies that have created wave after wave of migration. And that is where the migration crisis must be solved. The most critical thing we can do to solve the migration crisis is to simply stop causing it in the first place through endless wars, regime change, through economic sanctions that are driving people here in desperation. And you'll notice that while Trump did not talk whatsoever, not in his inauguration and not since, has not talked about the real crises facing American people, of homelessness, of the lack of health care, of the skyrocketing cost of housing, of debt. While Trump hasn't talked about it, the Democrats don't talk about it either. And Kamala Harris, in her campaign, had absolutely no solutions to offer. And when she was asked, you know, what was she going to do? Well, she was basically going to do more of Joe Biden, except that she would be different by appointing a Republican to her cabinet. That's how she was going to distinguish herself. Donald Trump, you know, has been overwhelmingly funded by billionaires. And the statistic to drive that home is the fact that 44% of the money supporting Trump's campaign came from 10 people. Donald Trump represents 10 people and a few others. That is what this is about. This is about a massive propaganda campaign. This is about manufactured consent. Do not believe for a minute that the American public is being fooled. And I will say that the latest polls showed that there is no longer majority support. Initially, it was, you know, modest support across the board for all of what Trump was doing. Now he has basically lost that support, and he is in the negative. He's actually in the disapproval rating now on everything except for deportation, where there is still, you know, a lot of lasting confusion after years of bipartisan propaganda. But on all the other issues, on tariffs, on the taxes and so on. There is no longer support on Elon Musk. There is no longer support for the Trump agenda. And in fact, he is running in the negatives now. He had the worst average approval, the worst average polling of all presidents since the Second World War. There is not support. And the second worst was, you know who? It was Joe Biden, which tells you that both of these parties are not representing us. They are not representing the American people who are hungry, who are desperate for change. A couple more quick mentions. There's so much outrage right now about the proposed Trump cuts, particularly to Medicaid and to food stamps, to SNAP. But actually the cuts that he is proposing are smaller than the cuts that were made by Joe Biden during his presidency. Shame. It was 24 million people who were thrown off of Medicaid by Joe Biden. And it was approximately 4.5 million people were thrown back into poverty after Joe Biden's cuts to SNAP. And further, Joe Biden ended the pause on student debt payments, which impoverished millions of people and continue to impoverish millions of people. There was no need for him to do that. He did that purely on his own voluntary basis to throw American youth and Americans of all ages, actually, back into student debt poverty. So shame on all of them. And same agendas exactly. And another fascinating statistic came out just the other day, that the Democratic Party now has the lowest public approval ranking since the question has ever been asked. They now stand at approximately 31% and massive disapproval. So this is, above all, do not let this emergency be hijacked Because that is what they are trying to do right now. That is what Bernie Sanders is doing. That is what AOC is doing. That's what all of them are doing, is saying, see, look how bad Trump is, put us back in power. But what exactly are they doing? What they're doing, I think, is best summarized by Hakeem Jeffries, if you saw the clip of him that went viral, asking, well, what is it we can do? I'm trying to figure out what we can do. It's their government. That is the problem. It's not their government, it's our government. And we need to throw all the bums out. So, to respond to Hakeem Jeffries about what can we do, let's see, actually, all right, let me just jump back for a minute. This slide really tells you what the driver is here. You know, the American public is tired. Working people are tired. They're tired of being thrown under the bus. They've been thrown under the bus for decades. And the Democrats showed us where they stood back in, what was it, in the 1990s with the passage of NAFTA, then again with the Wall Street bailouts, where Wall Street was bailed out to the tune of trillions, while millions, some 8, 9, 10 million American families were thrown out of their homes. Then you also had, you know, the Clinton crime bill and all that. So after a while, people gave up on the Democrats. In this latest election, some were fooled into turning to the Republicans, thinking that, well, maybe Donald Trump was going to do it. But they are rapidly waking up to the fact that, no, he is still throwing people even faster, or at least as fast, let's put it that way, under the bus. So this is very alarming to the Democrats, and I think that's why they are coming out again now, reinvigorating their smear campaign against us, because they know that people are hungry. And we came out of the election as the #1 people-powered alternative to challenge the parties of war on Wall Street. And while we must, we must fight at the level of our communities, we must fight at the level of social movements, we must fight for a $25 an hour minimum wage, for Medicare for all, for social housing and the right to housing and an end to student debt. But we must also challenge power. And I agree, we don't want to predominantly focus on running a gazillion elections, but challenging power strategically and in flagship campaigns is an absolutely critical part of continuing to build our power. So I do want to encourage people to strategically fight. We are still here. I encourage you, if you're not already part of a Green Party chapter or a Socialist Party chapter, please join one and be a part of this fight. We do have a Green Party table here today. I hope you'll visit it downstairs afterwards. But this is really the driver here, where you are looking at basically, if you see the tiny red line on the bottom, that is the bottom 90%. That's the income level of most people. And it hasn't budged. It hasn't budged over decades, and that chart runs from 1960 to 2012. So you can be sure it looks even worse than that now, because billionaires and the super wealthy have doubled and tripled their wealth starting in the COVID pandemic, and that has continued. And the steep green swath at the top, which is spiking up and keeps going inevitably upward, that is the top. That is the income of the 0.01%. That is 1/100th of 1% has a massive amount of the income. So this is the driver here. As Louis Brandeis, a Supreme Court justice back in the day when they had some integrity, his famous saying was, we have a choice between vast concentrations of wealth or democracy. We can't have both. But this country has very clearly thrown its weight behind the vast concentrations of wealth. If you compare us to other countries around the world, I don't know if we are #1, but we are very, very close to the top. People often talk about Mexico as being, corrupt, as being a third world type, economic structure. to look at, they now have public financing of their elections. They also have an equal playing field in media. All media coverage has to be equalized. If you are running for their presidency, you cannot buy media coverage in Mexico. Let's take a lesson from Mexico. If you could go to the next slide, please. This is basically just another way to show, this shows wealth. The last one showed income, this shows wealth. That little orange line on the bottom, that's 50% of the population has 2% of the wealth. That's not very much. The top 1% is that bracketed area up there. 1% has 30% of the wealth, whereas half the population has to divide up 2%. So this is a driver. The rejection of the Democratic Party is not new. The rejection of the Republican Party is not new. What's new is that people are dropping out rather than vote for either of them. So this is really a perfect storm for change. And if you can go to the next slide, and this again, on that other issue about taxes, you'll see that quote on the bottom. Obama passed a larger tax cut than Trump's tax cut. Well, actually, Obama didn't pass it. He just made the Bush tax cuts permanent. So even on that issue of tax giveaways to the super wealthy, that is not just an issue of, of the Republicans. It's the Democrats as well. They are both 100% bought and paid for. And the next slide, you can go to the next one. That's just showing how money in politics is absolutely skyrocketing. It's off the charts. And the next one. All right, this here is the point I wanted to get to. This is that answer to Hakeem Jeffries. Be like the parliament of South Korea that turned out by the thousands within minutes. It was announced, martial law was announced in South Korea on December, I don't know what it was, 3rd or 4th, something like that, at like 10 p.m. at night. It was immediately live streamed and went out on social media. And within hours, there were 16,000 people there to help the parliamentarians scale the closed fences that had been closed around Parliament, because they knew that they had to respond to this declaration of martial law. They had to respond quickly or the noose would tighten. Because along with this declaration of martial law was the prohibition against the meeting. Even the meeting of Parliament was disallowed. Press was disallowed. Labor actions were disallowed. Everything was disallowed. So they knew they had to shut it down. And that's what they did. Within hours, they had scaled the fences. The troops were actually helicoptered in to inside of the fences. They helicoptered troops in, but before they were able to do that, the South Korean people were there. They were there in huge numbers, and you can show the next slide. These are the staff who also scaled the walls, the parliament staffers who scaled walls, and they used couches to block the doors so that the troops could not get in. This is this was like a January 6th in reverse, with masses of people turning out. And you can show the next slide as well. Everyday people were there to talk to the soldiers. They were there to persuade them. And in fact, the soldiers then did a very slow walk, and they went out to get noodles before enforcing their orders. So, again, it's to make the point that we do have the power in this country right now. We have an overwhelming opportunity. Do not be frightened. And, as one of the people who ran into the struggle, along with Jason Call and others of our staff who were at Washington University when the students were striking, we had taken a moment to go take a bathroom break, And in that moment, the police were attacking. So we went running back to the lineup, and they were coming for us. They came for us. And these soldiers, these police who've now been trained by the IDF, the Israeli occupation forces, who are now in the business through the cop cities all around the country of training our local police forces, are being trained in the tactics of the Gaza genocide. Police are vicious. I mean, there are many people who've encountered police for a long time who know how vicious this is. So you do have to use some discretion about when you stand up and where you stand up, but we have to stand up. And one of the most important ways to stand up is by striking, is by withdrawing our labor, by supporting labor unions to do the same. And I want to also put in a plug for BDS, for Boycott, Divestment, and Sanction. And Alameda County right now is among many counties who have withdrawn their retirement funds. Alameda County just pulled out $32 million from Caterpillar and its horrific destructive equipment. It is only a matter of time. Israel and its genocidal war and its genocidal economy is on its last legs. People are leaving. Its economy is in tatters. It cannot carry out even a war against Hamas. Hamas has reconstituted. Volunteers have replaced those who were killed, but the Israelis are struggling. They are capable of a 7-day war. They are not capable of a 7-month war, not even against one country. Now they are quickly expanding this concept of the greater Israel into Lebanon, into Syria, who knows, perhaps into Egypt as well. But there are conflicts now that are active and others that are brewing. Israel cannot possibly sustain this without our tax dollars and ultimately our blood. Israel is going to need boots on the ground under Democrats. We reactivated the draft. Our names, the names and addresses and emails of our young people are all in the hands of the security state right now. Let them try to reactivate the draft, and that will certainly be the match that kindles an incredible opposition, because the opposition is already there. Israel cannot conduct genocide without us, and we do not consent. And the traction for that is with our elected leadership. We need to throw these bums out. We need to organize. We need to prepare for the general strike, and we need to run them out of office. Thank you all so very much. I look forward to working together. Our work has only just begun. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Jill Stein. It was an absolute honor to be on the ground with your campaign in Detroit, in Dearborn, talking to thousands of Muslims at mosques who desperately wanted an anti-war campaign in October of last year. And it was just, it terrifies me to think what would have happened if we didn't have a place to channel that energy to an anti-war, pro-worker campaign. So thank you so much again to Jill Stein for her bravery. Also, someone who joined us in Dearborn for several weeks to help campaign for Jill Stein, and I'm proud to introduce him to give a short appeal to help to ask all of you here to help build this movement, is Dustin Spence. He's a member of Worker Strike Back from Chicago, Illinois. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Dustin Spence. I'm a member of Workers Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers, and we have an enormous responsibility on our shoulders. All of us. have to build a movement of working people against the rich, a movement completely independent of the Republicans and the Democrats. The Democrats are sitting on their hands as Trump attacks federal workers, attacks immigrants and the poor. Bernie Sanders is trying to funnel people back into the utterly failed strategy of reforming the Democratic Party. This is a disaster, and we need to fight back against the billionaires and both of their parties. We're drawing a line in the sand, and we will not support this anti-worker, racist, genocidal, two-party capitalist system. We have an urgent need to build a fighting alternative. So let me ask, are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight? It is long past time for working and oppressed people to get organized to fight the rich. If we succeed, we will do more than reform a broken system, the one that we know today. Fighting this fight means that we will not be satisfied with rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. No. If this dumpster fire of capitalism is the Titanic, then we need to become the iceberg that brings the whole fucking thing down. We are organizing to bring down Trump, the billionaires, and their parties, to stop the attacks on workers, the deportations, and to all the rest of Trump's attacks. But we must be clear that we must also bring down the Democratic Party, which has enabled Trump's return to the White House and who, in fact, has championed many of the same policies that Trump is now enacting. It is decades of neoliberal assaults by the Democrats that have put Trump in the White House twice. We must never again allow the Democratic Party to pose as the resistance or to co-opt our movements. And let's be clear, this is exactly what Bernie Sanders himself is doing right now, launching his Fight the Oligarchy tour this very weekend, hoping to cut across the growing understanding that both parties are weapons of the billionaires and the kind of energy present in this very room. While we are here seriously organizing to fight the rich, Bernie is trying to steer us back into a party owned by the rich. We will not allow the Democratic Party to divide us and will not allow them to stab us in the back ever again. So building our movement to stand against the collective power of the rich and their two-party system, it takes time, it takes resources, and yes, it takes money. And so today, I am going to ask all of you for a donation. Right now, we're passing out donation slips. It seems like most people have got those, but I want to ask you not to fill those out yet. It takes serious resources to build the kind of organizations and campaigns that we need to actually fight the rich. And that includes the cost of organizing a big national conference like this and the resources to build our fight across the country. And we can't outspend our enemies, but none of our victories would have happened here in Seattle had we not taken finances seriously. Our socialist election campaigns actually out-fundraised our Democratic Party opponents again and again, based on donations of working-class people. We have an even higher bar now in building a national movement. And so, we're setting a target today to raise $20,000 to build the fight against the rich. And in a little bit, I'm going to call out some numbers. If you're here in person, I want you to raise your hand when I get to a number that you can give. Fill out your donation card and keep your hand up until a volunteer from our donation team comes over to process your donation and collect your form. Now, if you're watching on the live stream, there's a donation link in the chat. And live streamers, you should say in the chat when you hear a number that you can donate so that we can all feel a sense of the momentum together. So think about a number that you can give. Think about what's at stake with crisis after crisis hammering working people right now in Gaza, in the West Bank, at the border, and right here in Seattle. Think about a number that you can give, and then think about if you can give just a little bit more to fight the rich and their two parties, to build the anti-war movement and the workers' movement, a new mass political party that represents us, and to bring down Trump, both parties of the billionaires, and their system once and for all. So we've got quite a fight ahead of us. To get us in the proper mindset for what it's going to take to win this fight, a supporter, Raghav Kaushik, who played a big role in winning the Seattle City Council resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire and an end to arms sales to Israel in Seattle, and a leading role in the successful fight to make Seattle the first city outside of South Asia to outlaw caste discrimination. Yeah. Raghav knows how important this fight is, which is why he is donating $2,000 today to build our movement. That's right. Now that's a huge donation to get us going towards our goal, but of course we still have a long way to go. So I ask, can anyone here or online match him? Can anyone match right here? Yes! Raghav's $2,000 donation. $3,000 right here. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Okay. Today, we've been talking about what working people can do to fight the rich. Both parties of big business have shown their determination to back the Israeli state to the hilt and to a continued commitment to deporting thousands upon thousands of working-class immigrants. A majority of Americans are in favor of third parties and disapprove of the existing system. 50% of 18 to 29-year-olds say they feel that the very existence of billionaires is a bad thing for the country. And it's time that we build a fighting alternative. So, who here can donate $1,000 or more to bring down Trump, to bring down the billionaires and their two parties? Right over here. That's amazing. And remember, folks who are on the live stream, indicate if you're able to jump on these numbers too. It's hard to ignore the boiling anger at the rich building in the working class. The anger at the rich is vividly on display in the broad reaction to the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York in December. 81% of young people in a recent poll indicated support for the alleged killer Luigi Mangione, saying that the rampant rejection of insurance claims and the unaffordability of healthcare justified the killing. With another CEO already stepping in to take Thompson's place and no significant change having taken place within the rotten healthcare system, we can see that there is an urgent need to win Medicare for all. So who here can give $500 or more to fight for Medicare for all? Right up there. Anyone else? Earlier, we heard from Kshama Sawant, who served as an independent socialist elected representative of working people on the Seattle City Council for a decade. During the time that she was in office, Seattle's working people won victory after victory. The first $15 an hour minimum wage in a major city, renters' rights, including eviction protections and 6-month notice on rent increases, and a new tax on Amazon and big business that's used to fund affordable housing. Collectively, these victories represent a transfer of wealth of billions of dollars from the bosses to workers and renters struggling to make ends meet. Now, we founded Workers Strike Back to spread across the country the fighting class struggle approach that has succeeded in winning so many victories for working people here in Seattle. We need to build in every city where working people who want to replicate that example can learn from the lessons that we've built up from those 10 years of experience, and to get organized to launch their own fight backs against the bosses. So who here can give $250 or more to help spread those lessons to working people across the country? There's one. There's one. Please keep your hands up until somebody can come over to you. Got folks right over here, guys, as well. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your donations and for helping build this fighting movement and the work that we're doing here today. So we just heard from Jill Stein. In the 2024 election, over 750,000 people cast their vote for Jill in rejection of the two warmongering parties of the billionaire class. This historic vote is the third largest vote for a left third-party candidate in over half a century. It is a sign of the huge opening that we have at this moment to concretely build an alternative to the Republican and Democratic parties. Last fall, Workers Strike Back made Stein's election campaign its #1 priority, and alongside Abandon Harris, set up tables on street corners, knocked doors, phone banked, and organized rallies to win every possible vote for Jill Stein. It is crucial that we don't allow this historic opportunity to go to waste. So who here can give $100 today to continue fighting the campaigns that reject the Republican and Democratic parties and to build a real fighting alternative? Amazing, amazing. Keep those hands up until someone can come over to you. And if you haven't had someone come over to you yet, please keep your hand up. I know it can sometimes be a little bit of a wait, but trust me, it's worth it. Now, before I run through these final numbers, I want to ask you to consider making your donation to Workers Strike Back monthly. This makes you a member of Workers Strike Back. You support the work of our organization, and you're able to fully participate in our democratic processes, like the decisions that we'll be making tomorrow at our first ever national convention right here in this very building. If you want to become a member making monthly donations, when you raise your hand, one of us can help you process your monthly contribution online. You just scan the QR code on your donation form and then complete the steps that pop up there. Now, since launching Workers Strike Back almost exactly 2 years ago, we have collected tens of thousands of individual donations from thousands of donors across 47 states and Washington, D.C., and our message has also resonated internationally with donations from Canada, Mexico, Nigeria, New Zealand, Germany, Ireland, Italy, the UK, Catalonia, Spain, Hong Kong, Australia, and the Philippines. We are building Workers Strike Back as a democratic, membership-based organization with more than 700 dues-paying members around the country. Now, I know that I've asked a lot of big money asks today, But every dollar really is crucial for building this movement. Every dollar goes towards making our movement stronger and making the billionaire class waste their money on losing. Building this will take thousands of people chipping in what they can. So who can give $50 today, or make it a monthly contribution so that we can continue building our movement and fighting back against the billionaires? Got some folks over here. Top. Amazing. One of our demands is for a $25 an hour minimum wage. Who here can give $25 today or make it a monthly donation? Got one there? Got some in the back here? Very good. Thank you so much. Who here can give $20? A $20 donation. Raise your hand if you can give $15 or $10 or $5 or any amount. Thank you. There we go. Over here as well. Thank you. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated today. This incredible showing is what it's going to take to build the movement to fight the rich and their two parties. We cannot wait 1 second to fight back, and it is more important than ever that we have the resources and the organization to do so. Now is the time to fight for a new party for working people, for young people, and oppressed people. Now is the time to bring down the billionaires, including the one in the White House and their bankrupt system. The funds that we raise today have set us on the road to fight back, because when we fight, we can win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, when we fight, solidarity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for making it through the morning session. We are at our lunch break. So downstairs in the Great Hall, you'll find sandwiches, which are barbecue pork banh mi and vegan tofu banh mi. Those are available for free downstairs. There is a suggested donation of $10 and a solidarity donation of $20 if you can do it, please. You'll find donation jars downstairs as well for people who have cash, or QR codes if you would like to use Venmo or some other electronic system. If you'd like to donate but don't have cash or Venmo on your system, the donation team will also be circulating in the Great Hall and can help process a card donation. If you cannot eat a sandwich because you might have gluten intolerance, there is a restaurant called Soulful Dishes, which is on the corner of Yesler and 18th, which is just over there, 1 block away. And they have veggie and vegan options. So we will take a 1-hour break, and we will see you here after lunch. Wait. Yes. Wait, okay, wait. And there's one more thing. We're going to talk about breakouts real quick.
Just want to give also people instructions for when we're coming back after lunch at 1:40 is going to be breakout rooms. If you have not gotten the breakout room map to tell you where to go, please come and talk to one of us. So we're going to breakout rooms next, which will mostly be in the Great Hall downstairs or up here at the auditorium. If you don't know where you're going at after lunch, come talk to one of our volunteers. Thank you.
consider. That's what I consider real in this field of music.
Yeah, did that guy have a white baseball cap on? Not at the time. But she said they both say mid-20s, kind of light blonde hair, light brown hair, and he had a mustache. Looked like a green or a dark pullover sweatshirt.
Everyone would love to be rich. Everyone would love to hit Powerball, Mega Million, Lotto, or hit the jackpot at the casino and live happily ever after. That is not the real one.
сердце покоя нет. Весь день я жду кого-то, без сна встречаю я рассвет. И все из-за кого-то, со мною нет кого-то. Ах, где найти кого-то? Могу весь мир я обойти, чтобы найти кого-то, чтобы найти кого-то. Могу весь мир я обойти.
be your chance out of way over your cranium, so don't close your earlobes, cause yo, I'm entertaining them.
Like the skunk, yo, crack
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The event will start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Hi there.
I was asked to talk with you because I have some suggestions or thoughts, comments on the Quite Rich kind of platform. And I was told that you were the best person to call and talk about that. Like,
I would agree with that, but I'm chairing and I have to introduce all these folks, but let's touch base before. Yes.
I've got your email, so I'll send you an email.
Sounds good, thank you.
I can stand on this.
Check, check, check. Yeah? We're ready to roll? No.
I can stand on this side and then walk over there. Sounds good?
Welcome back, everyone. How were your breakout groups? Give it like a whoop whoop. All right, we have an action-packed second half of our meeting today with just lots and lots of jam-packed with workers who've been on the front lines organizing their workplaces. When we kicked off earlier today, we talked a bit about how far people came. These people might get the award for coming the farthest, I'm not sure, but they're all the way here from Garner, North Carolina. And when they roll into the boss's office with these matching t-shirts, you know that the bosses are shook. So I am really, really proud to introduce Carolina Amazonians United for Solidarity and Empowerment. That's CAUSE. And as I said, they've been organizing an independent union in Garner, North Carolina at Amazon's RDU1 facility. They went head to head with the biggest union busters in the world, demanding $30 an hour, 180 hours paid time off, and more through their union drive. And they took that fight right to Andy Jassy and Jeff Bezos' doorstep. And because we know we're strongest when we work together, they all came up here on stage together, even though we're going to hear from their elected secretary, Italo Medino. So give it up for him.
Hello, everybody. Wow. It's amazing to be in Seattle, the capital of Amazon. So the other day, all of us were rolling up to Jeff Bezos' balls. I don't know if everybody knows where those are, the spheres. The spheres down in Seattle. So, as many of y'all may know, or you might, I don't know, we recently had an NLRB election at RDU1 in Gardner, North Carolina. Now, we lost that election, but we're still here. Typically, after unions, especially independent unions, we're not tied to any of the big unions. Everybody in here, we work inside of that warehouse. We pack the boxes that people get within 1 to 2 days. I work the ship dock. We are in that building every single day, and in the night, we organize our union. So typically when unions lose in history, we've seen that the bosses expect you to collapse. The bosses say, oh, we beat you this one time, it's over, now let's move on to the next one. A week after, we're in their capital. We're right in their face. At the end of our election, when the media was all up in our face and asking us, oh, what are you going to do now? Expecting that we were just going to say, well, we tried and it's over. We said, we're going to do it again. And we're going to do it again and again and again. And if we lose, we're going to do it again and again until we win. That's pressure. The only way to defeat Amazon, one of the largest empires in the history of the world, is through on-the-ground worker power by shutting down their lines of production if necessary. By being in their face every single day. We're not taking a break. We might have lost this election, but in this last Christmas, we gave them a Christmas present, which was union authorization cards. They never thought we were going to be able to do it. We signed over 30% of that 5,000-person warehouse. We put them right before the NLRB. And we gave them that beautiful Christmas present of an election. What about this coming Christmas? Maybe we'll give them another one. And the Christmas after, maybe we'll give another one. And the Christmas after, maybe we'll give them another one. And if we win at RDU1, we'll go down the road to RDU5. If we win at RDU5, we'll go down the road to RDU2. Until we unionize the entire state of North Carolina, the entire state of South Carolina, and you know what? Maybe all the way out to the Mississippi. And that's what we love about Workers Strike Back. That workers right now in 2025 are striking all the way back. We're not giving up when we have a tiny little loss. We're not giving up when we have a little adversity before us. And just like every other war, right? You can go all the way back to the Romans. Had a great loss in the Battle of Cannae. Everybody got destroyed. A few years later, they came back and won the war. Same thing with Washington. The Battle of New Jersey got destroyed, absolutely destroyed, came back and won the war. And that's exactly what we're here to do. We don't care about one battle. We're going to look at what we did right, we're going to look at what we did wrong, and we're going to come back stronger than ever, and we will win this war against Amazon. And I think, just to close, one of the things that a lot of people don't see on the outside of the Amazon labor movement is that we're kind of like an iceberg, right? With an iceberg, you can only see the little top of it, but it's huge at the bottom. For the last 3 years, we've been helping build a continental movement. We got friends all the way in LA, up here in Washington, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Mexico, Canada. We've been meeting as a continent of Amazon workers. And we are now together. It doesn't matter if you're Teamster, it doesn't matter if you're independent, it doesn't matter if you're ALU. We all support each other. And Amazon does not know what's coming to them. Because let me tell you something. Before the year 2030, you're going to see a mass movement of Amazon workers right here in Seattle taking the fight to Amazon headquarters. And we will get our contract no matter what Amazon wants. And that's why Workers Strike Back is so important, why we want to work alongside Sister Kshama, who's been with us from the very beginning, why we want to work alongside everybody in this room, because we can't just do it alone from the warehouse floor. We also need our allies. We need to bring the war to Washington, D.C., to state legislatures. We need to bring the war all the way to the warehouse. And if we can unite and have this warehouse strategy, political strategy, outside strategy, all working in tandem, it's going to be over for the people in power. So thank you all so much for welcoming us. Thank you all so much for opening the doors of Amazon's capital. And we feel ready to keep this fight going for many, many years to come. And let me tell you something. Together, we will win. Thank you very much. Nobody else wants to talk, I guess. Juno, you want to say something?
Hello, I'm Juno Rondelli. I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. And I'll tell you all one thing. I'll keep it a lot shorter than Brother Idolo's speech over here. What Amazon is trying to do is divide us. Amazon's trying to put the young against the old, the black against the white, the queer against the straight. Hell, they'll put you against each other if you have brown or blonde hair. They want to keep us divided on all these meaningless things. But you see, we ain't going to be divided on those things because there's only one true division. It's those who have and those who have not. And I certainly don't have a lot. And certainly the folks in Garner don't have a lot either. I work in what is called inbound. I work in decant. I'm a night worker. And let me tell you, I have seen and talked with people who have passed out on the floor because there is no heat protection in there. I have actually been hit over the head with a tote trying to clear a jam that they did not train you to clear. And that totes can have up to 50 pounds of items in them coming down a conveyor belt. I have seen people get their hands stuck in rolling conveyor belts and get jams and have to go to the hospital. I have talked with pregnant mothers, 7 to 8 months pregnant, who are denied their maternity leave and have to fight with HR as they're working on the floor without any disability. You see, sometimes the best organizer is your boss. Because they fuck around, and we're going to find out soon enough. We, the workers of Garner, and the workers of the world, we have this power. And we are going to unite, and ultimately, we're the workers. We're in the community. We're out on the shop floor. Who are these union busters out here? Get paid thousands to come down from Seattle, Ohio, Detroit. They don't know us, and they aren't us. So we're going to build back strong. We're going to come together. We're already here together as a family here today. And we're going to win this thing. Because, you know, that's all we can do. Because an injury to one is an injury to all. And we will build and we will win. Not only in North Carolina, but across this great nation. Thank you.
In Workers Strike Back, we have a saying that I'd like to send you guys off with, and it goes a little something like this. When we fight, when we fight, when we fight, and you will. I also wanted to announce that all across the country over the last few weeks, Workers Strike Back members have been out tabling, and we have stopped people, whether they're in Garner, North Carolina, or Boston, or Maine, and we've said, do you want to help unionize Amazon? And hundreds of them have said, yes, of course. I hate Jeff Bezos. And we have raised $1,226 that we will be donating to cause to help them continue their fight against Jeff Bezos. And my co-chair Margaret is going to introduce our next worker activist speaker.
Thank you so much. I was really impressed with that speech from the Amazon workers. And of course, their organizing efforts are ones that we can all take lessons from. My introduction here will be pretty quick. I'm going to introduce a rank and file member of the United Auto Workers, Justin Smeltzer from Peoria, Illinois. He brought forward a resolution in his local calling for an end to all military aid to the Israeli state and calling to unendorse Kamala Harris for her pro-war position. And he is a member of Workers Strike Back.
Thank you. My name is Justin Smeltzer, and I'm a member of UAW Local 974, and I work as an industrial electrician at Caterpillar in Peoria, Illinois, or Central Illinois. I joined Workers Strike Back when I came across it about a year ago. The organization and people involved in it stood out to me as an organization that can make real lasting change. The fighting spirit that I saw in Workers Strike Back led me to getting involved and taking up a task that Workers Strike Back was working on to organize rank and file workers in unions to pass resolutions in their unions to rescind the undemocratic endorsement of Kamala Harris by union leaderships around the country. I fought for this demand, and I had shop floor conversations with my fellow coworkers to point out the hypocritical nature of the union leadership's undemocratic endorsement of Harris, which was done without discussion or vote by the members of UAW. Sorry. Harris was backing the genocide in Gaza to the hilt, which UAW rank and file firmly opposed. This opposition among the rank and file led to President Sean Fain, the UAW International, calling for an arms embargo. But Sean Fain turned around and uncritically endorsed Biden and then Harris without any democratic vote by membership of UAW. We faced total opposition from our union leadership when we brought this resolution forward to the local and was unable to pass in UAW. But it was a vital tool for talking to my coworkers and including coworkers who did agree on these points, but they told me that they would be supporting Trump. This is a perfect illustration of how the attacks by Democrats have led to the election of Trump. And I've recently worked alongside other members of Workers Strike Back to draft a model resolution that calls for labor leaders and unions to organize national days of action, including mass protest and strike action to stop mass deportations. I've been organizing for this resolution to pass through UAW, and I have successfully gotten a resolution passed at the January membership meeting of the UAW Reform Caucus, Unite All Workers for Democracy, or UAWD. And this resolution calls on the rank and file workers across UAW and other unions to bring the similar resolution to their locals and demand that the labor leaders stand on the principle that an injury to one is an injury to all. I'm deeply disturbed that we have heard nothing from UAW leaders about Trump's mass deportations and his other anti-worker policies. UAW leadership has also been silent on the rising layoffs in the auto industry over the past few years, and it does not seem to be slowing down anytime soon. During the presidential campaigns, Sean Fain called Trump a scab and told workers to vote for Harris, despite Biden and Harris administration's role in breaking the railroad worker strike. But now he's shamefully said he'll work with Trump. Sean Fain has built some credit among a section of UAW members because he won them a wage increase in 2023 when he carried out the stand-up strike at the Big Three automakers. However, the method of the stand-up strike, which consists of some factories going on strike while others continue production, left open major factories at the Big Three that produce the most popular vehicles, which could have been won by the Big Three strike if all workers had been out on strike at every factory and they all went on strike at once, shutting down the boss's profits. In fact, several workers' demands, including the shortening of the work week from 30 hours of work to 40 hours of pay, was left off the final agreement, and due to the strategy employed by the union leadership and not applying the full pressure of all workers going out on strike. These examples of the stand-up strike and the response to Gaza and deportations are a rotten method of labor leadership that we refer to as business unionism, where labor leaders will claim to fight for workers while simultaneously wanting to not hurt the boss's profits, Democrats' chances to win elections. This ultimately helps the ruling class and is bad for working class people and workers because their interests are diametrically opposed to the interests of the bosses. For this reason, the labor movement's rank and file needs to expose the failures of the leadership and organize mass pressure on the labor leaders to fight Trump, the Democrats, and the bosses. We need to be organizing independent mass strike action, mass protests, and mass civil disobedience if we intend to be an effective fight back to win. This independent organizing should be intimately linked with the building of a new independent working class party led by the rank and file of the union, demanding the union leadership break from the Democrats and other capitalist parties and form this new working class party. One that is accountable to the workers themselves and not corporations that our unions are designed to fight against. I call on each of you to join Workers Strike Back and get involved because we need you in the fight. We need a militant rank and file workers movement to take the reins back from the rotten approach of conservative labor leaders, as we workers are exploited for our labor by the capitalists, and we need to organize to shut down the profits that cause an extreme disruption to their system to win our demands. And when we fight, we can win.
Thank you very much. That was a fantastic speech. I'd like to welcome next to the stage Gray Martin, who is a Harborview healthcare worker. They recently spoke to the 3,000-person rally that turned out in solidarity with federal workers facing major attacks from Trump and Elon Musk. And they are a member of Workers Strike Back as well. Thank you.
My name is Gray Martin. I am a healthcare worker and a rank and file member of Washington Federal State Employees Union Local 3488. The billionaire in the White House, Donald Trump, along with Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, are currently carrying out an anti-worker blitz across the federal government. Roughly 75,000 federal workers have taken a buyout that Trump and Musk have offered to get them to leave against the advice of our unions, and over 10,000 federal workers have already been fired by this administration. This equals about 3% of the 2.3 million person civilian workforce. Trump and Musk cuts to government agencies and programs aren't about targeting fraud or waste. It's an attack on workers and our meager protections, including cuts at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Hospitals and trauma centers like my own are largely funded through Medicare and Medicaid, which provides necessary health care for millions of Americans. These cuts are making the already barbaric healthcare system in this country even worse. Meanwhile, the Democrats have done nothing to fight back. In fact, many of them have joined in on Trump's attacks. This is after Democrats paved the way for Trump's victory in the first place with their betrayals and attacks on working people. Democrats broke the railroad workers' strike. They failed to fight for a $15 minimum wage. They refused to fight for Medicare for all. And they spent billions to fund the genocide in Gaza. It's that endless barrage of attacks and betrayals that has brought us to this point. Workers keep the economy and government running, not the billionaire class, which exploits our labor to make their profit. Workers' power lies in being organized, willing to strike and to withhold our labor. The threat of strike action is our most important weapon to force these billionaire-backed parties and wealthy elite to act and to secure victories for the working class. In 2019, during Trump's government shutdown, unionized air traffic controllers and flight attendants threatened strike action that forced Trump to end the shutdown within hours of the strike being called. Federal workers can stop Trump's anti-worker attacks and fight for more, including real raises to make up for years of massive inflation. We need to go on the offensive with a fighting strategy for what workers need, including a renewed fight for Medicare for all, including ballot initiatives for public health care at the local and state level. And we cannot rely on the failed strategy of the vast majority of the union leadership who endorsed the strikebreakers Joe Biden and then Kamala Harris. We have to rebuild a fighting labor movement, which means rejecting the approach of the business unionist leaders, including the heads of the federal government unions like my union, AFSCME, who have failed to organize strike action in response to Trump's attacks. We need a class struggle approach, and that requires reckoning inside the labor movement and the building up of a new militant rank-and-file leadership, including a socialist leadership that understands that we need to break with capitalism itself. Coordinated mass strike action led by the rank and file is needed that can disrupt business as usual. It will require support from the rest of the labor movement and all working people independent of either major political party. We must take lessons from history in order to move forward. It wasn't the Democrats or Republicans that granted us civil rights, the Americans with Disabilities Act, or the end of racial segregation. It was mass movements of workers conducting mass civil disobedience. The anti-war movement of the 1960s and 70s, along with the combined power of the labor and civil rights movements, brought about the end of the Vietnam War under conservative and reactionary President Nixon. It was the militant rank-and-file Teamsters and auto workers of the 1930s, led by socialists, whose victories led to an explosive growth in the labor movement. Breaking away with the conservative union leadership at the time, they organized using a class struggle approach and carried out collective strike action that effectively shut down the city of Minneapolis in 1934. By disturbing business as usual and fighting for union recognition with over 3,000 members collectively taking strike action, workers won their demands for a 40-hour work week, overtime pay, and wage increases. Working people cannot rely on the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, or the business unionist leaders to end the wars, to create a living wage, or fight back against these coming attacks from the Trump administration. The Biden administration provided billions of dollars in military aid to Israel, ignoring international humanitarian laws and prioritizing a government committing a live stream genocide over the needs of families in California who suffered wildfires. Shame. The Biden administration and Democrats made it illegal for railroad workers to go on a national strike, siding with executives, over 100,000 workers, fighting for paid sick time and better working conditions. Shame. The Democratic Party abandoned their promise to increase the federal minimum wage or codify Roe v. Wade into law. It was mass movements led by socialist Seattle City Council member Kshama Sawant against the Democrats that led to the first $15 minimum wage in a major city, which is now $20.75 an hour. Under fighting socialist leadership, working people also won renters' rights, including the winter eviction moratorium, the first anti-caste discrimination law outside of South Asia, turning Seattle into an abortion sanctuary city with free abortion for all, and the second city in the U.S. to pass a ceasefire resolution in solidarity with Palestinians amidst the genocidal war on Gaza. We cannot allow the Democrats to pose as the resistance against Trump. And we cannot allow sellouts like Bernie Sanders to lead working people back into the billionaire-backed party that financed a genocide. Shame indeed, while they attacked the free speech of anti-war activists in our schools and workplaces, only now are they willing to criticize the Israeli government. They financed this genocide. They do not deserve our support. They are not the resistance to what is happening. There is no reforming this capitalist party hell-bent on imperialism and war. A union is the best tool and protection that a worker has of being engaged in struggle to fight for change in the workplace and in the country as a whole. Worker Strike Back members have successfully filed union resolutions in their unions, rallied support for Amazon workers fighting to unionize in various facilities, and we need to build a powerful movement to fight for what we need, including Medicare for all, and an end to Trump's anti-worker attacks and good union jobs for all. Thank you. Thank you. I encourage you to join us at Workers Strike Back. Join the movement. Fight the rich in their two parties. When we fight, when we fight, when we fight, solidarity.
Thank you so much, Gray, and to all healthcare workers. So our wonderful video tech person has pulled together an exciting sort of video montage. You've heard a lot about what Worker Strike Back members have been doing over the last year, but we want you to see it. So we're going to play that quickly before we have our next speaker come up. So roll that beautiful footage up in the
If
tech.
you're serious about turning things around, if you're serious about unionizing Amazon and workplaces across the country, we cannot just tweak the status quo. We need a reckoning. We need to return to the kind of militant fighting ideas that the labor movement was built on. That's why we are launching Workers Strike Back.
There are battles to be waged across the country as workers and young people move into struggle in their workplaces, schools, and into the streets. They're looking for the kind of political approach, the class struggle approach, understanding, and methods that Kshama's office has shown can win. We're building on the example of the past decade in Seattle on a national scale to widen and strengthen the class struggle. Who here wants to be a part of that movement?
We forced the city establishment to lift the wages of 100,000 low-wage workers in Seattle, to transfer $3 billion from business to workers at the bottom of the wage scale over the next 10 years. We did it. Workers did this. Today's first victory for 15 will inspire people all over the nation.
It was won through a socialist strategy, a class struggle-based strategy. It wasn't won through negotiation or discussions with the mayor at that time. It wasn't won through, unfortunately, the leadership of the labor movement either. We had to push through a strategy that it had opposition from all corners. It included a ballot initiative threat that if the Democrats didn't pass a strong 15, that we would take it to voters on the ballot. We had hundreds of people pack into council chambers. We had marches and rallies of hundreds of people, mass organizing conferences. All of this was necessary to force them to pass this.
We're here both to celebrate a victory and to get ourselves better organized in this fight. As many of you know, people who are watching on the live stream, the Democrats withdrew their bill attacking Seattle's minimum wage. The bill would have immediately robbed over 200,000 workers of at least $3 per hour of wages. Can you imagine robbing the most vulnerable workers of their wages? On Friday, Councilmember Hollingsworth, who brought that odious bill forward, backed down. This is our victory. It belongs to working people, to union members, to Workers Strike Back. Today's vote to pass an Amazon tax in Seattle is a historic victory for working people. This victory was hard fought and it was hard won by a movement that wouldn't give up and that faced down a seemingly endless series of obstacles, from the shameful attempts of corporate Democrats in the state legislature to pass a ban on municipal big business taxes, to unfounded delays in the city council, to a pandemic and lockdown which prevented signature gathering, to relentless attacks in the corporate media in Seattle and nationally. We are winning because of the determination of workers and socialists to smash all obstacles and to find a path to victory.
Winning the original Amazon tax here in 2020 was a huge and hard-fought victory for working people. Amazon and big business made it clear during that fight that they will fight tooth and nail to protect the profits made for them by the labor of working people.
Working people face a cost of living crisis, and we need to tax the wealthy to fund affordable housing, which can be achieved through voting yes on Proposition 1A. Proposition 1A is a ballot initiative that will add to the Amazon tax. If it's passed,
Prop A will tax wealthy businesses like Amazon to secure $52 million for affordable housing in our city. The billionaires and their allies want working people to fight for scraps when we have created every cent of profit Amazon or Microsoft or any corporation has ever made, and it's time for them to pay up.
To fight back against coming attacks from our city's Democrats trying to roll back victories from former city council member and socialist Kshama Sawant's office, which assured protections no other city in the U.S. has. These are protections like a renter's bill of rights that requires landlords to give at least 6 months notice before raising rents. Landlords to provide relocation assistance when you have to move. The eviction defense bill, which allows tenants to fight evictions by declaring a financial hardship for the pandemic. The school year eviction ban, winter eviction bans. These are all important victories that we won on the basis of working class movements in Seattle.
This bill is not technically complicated. It is a very simple question. Should discrimination based on caste be allowed to continue in Seattle? But while simple, it is also profound and historic. Caste is a system of oppression that divides people into a rigid hierarchy of groups based on birth, with the lower groups facing serious discrimination, oppression, and even violence. It originates from about 2,000 years ago in South Asia, but remains pervasive today under capitalism. Around the world, an estimated 250 million people faced caste-based discrimination.
And we know that Seattle's victory was truly historic. It is the first such ban against caste discrimination in jurisdiction of any level globally outside South Asia.
The story of the fight that we had is going to echo, is going to reverberate beyond tonight, and many other ordinary people are going to ask us all, how did we win that? And so it's our responsibility to share with them the story of how we were able to win only because we actually had a resolution in the first place that put a spotlight on the Democrats, that forced them to take a stand. And at first, they acted like they didn't have to, but then they were forced to. And then, in the presence of hundreds of people, they were forced to listen to our points and then forced to vote yes on a ceasefire resolution. This is how we believe elected office should be used for the working class, where our office becomes a platform for a larger movement. And that is
Working people are fed up. They are really angry at what's happened over these last 4 years. They are really angry about the cost of living crisis. They are really angry about the broken promises, and they're really angry at the progressive Democrats who completely sold them out also.
If one section of the working class scores a major victory, it will embolden all of us to fight for more.
Yeah.
Like our Tax Amazon campaign, like our election victories against Amazon's $1 million money bombs, victory is contagious. We need to build a new party of working class people who doesn't just be the lesser of two evils, but goes on the offensive to fight for working class people and put demands like $25 an hour as a minimum wage nationally on the agenda.
All right. It's funny that I'm at the end of that. So yeah, I thought that visual representation would be really helpful for folks. And it's a really great segue to our next speaker. His name is Logan Swan. He's a rank and file member of Ironworkers Local 86. And he played a leading role, an elected role on the Tax Amazon Organizing Committee. And he's going to touch on some of those lessons today.
Logan Swan, I'm a member of Workers Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers, as well as a journeyman iron worker and a longshore casual. So while we're born into our class position, nobody's born a revolutionary. Like everyone, I joined this movement with some confused and backwards politics. Coming of age and entering the workforce during recession, in the absence of political leadership from labor leaders. During that crisis, I drew the conclusion that we don't have jobs because of outsourcing through things like NAFTA and so on. So that if we wanted to see a return of like good union jobs, people like me had to buy union-made, American-made. I didn't get a smartphone until Motorola had one, I think, made in Texas. I bought Union Line jeans, Union House boxer briefs, a Raker vacuum, a Raker vacuum made in Missouri. If I couldn't find something made in the US, I would hit a thrift store or I'd go without it. And mind you, at the time I was a non-union steelworker. I made $12.40 an hour. I lived in low-income housing. It fucking sucked. So this changed nothing. The ruling class doesn't care about these kinds of individual choices. It wasn't yet clear to me that those good union jobs that people talk about were owed to the legacy of class struggle of the labor movement, and that the degeneration of our condition was due to the class collaboration and the political cowardice of the leaders of our unions. Their cynical pragmatism of accepting the limitations imposed by the Republicans and Democrats, the absolute minimum our employers would concede to in contract negotiations. I started organizing as a socialist at the same time that I began my apprenticeship in the building trades as an iron worker. The experiences of organizing in the successful 15 Now campaign, fighting to tax Amazon to create union jobs, building affordable public-owned housing, were part of my apprenticeship, but unfortunately not as a rank-and-file union member, but as a socialist. I was radicalized and tempered by the society we lived in with all of its contradictions and injustices. So I'm going to focus on Tax Amazon and the lessons from that struggle. And we campaigned on legislation to create 10,000 union building trades jobs, not building shiny new stadium or for some billionaire funded by regressive taxes on workers and homeowners, but building public housing for us with a bill paid for by the billionaires. And this wasn't like, we didn't just like have this fully hammered out thing and just go to working people and say, hey, we're doing this, take it or leave it. This is our campaign. We came forward with, with this idea, with this program of taxing big business, addressing the affordable housing crisis through creating union jobs, building affordable housing. And we flyered outside workplaces, we postered, we organized action conferences, and that was where the real decisions were made. None of this was done behind closed doors. The decisions were made through elections of a coordinating committee at the Action Conference, and they were voted on at those Action Conferences. That anyone, if you support this, come out and be a part of this. That's in total contrast to how we see campaigns being run through the establishment or even through the NGOs and even well-meaning people, where they think what's best for people and they come out and say this is supported or not, and if you don't, fuck you. Like no, this was a decision made by people in the community, but with the leadership from socialists, from trade union militants. And it was through that, going and talking to rank-and-file union members and having them organize in their unions and pressuring union leaders to support this, that we got a majority of local unions to endorse it, because it was either we created a thing that could not be ignored, right? But unfortunately, despite the endorsement of the local labor council and the majority of the local unions, the building trades leadership chose to effectively scab on our movement, running defense for Jeff Bezos and the Democrats backing him. My own union's leadership went so far as calling Amazon a, quote, responsible builder that doesn't have, quote, a requirement to pay a prevailing wage, but they do. This servile praise has aged horribly, with Amazon being slapped with fines for union busting, forcing workers to piss in bottles, trapping workers in a warehouse during a tornado, killing 6. Not to mention the testimony from Brother Idolo here from Cause. But it smacks of the majority of labor leaders' race to the bottom strategy of class collaboration, partnering with employers that's seen the conditions of workers, both union and non-union, plummet. And tragically, this bankrupt strategy has only been doubled down upon by the likes of Shawn Fain and Sean O'Brien, who promised to change from the corrupt regimes leading UAW and the Teamsters, only to continue the policy of cowardice of their predecessors as they suck up to the Trump administration and champion the tariffs of, the America First. Shawn Fain is supporting Trump's xenophobic tariffs on imported goods, while Sean O'Brien has gone so far as to speak in favor of right-to-work union busting, saying he'll collaborate with on union busting state by state. What may work for one doesn't work for the other. Who's to know? Yeah, fucking boo. Absolutely fucking shameful. And that And that he was put forward. You know, people have real confidence put in this guy that he was going to change things. And it's a shocking betrayal. And he should not be left off the hook by that. The left, the union activists cannot let these guys off the hook. So much like the building trades leader here ran cover for the Democrats and Jeff Bezos, O'Brien and Fain are doing the same for Elon Musk and the Republicans today. And this is a dead end. The political parties of the bosses do not offer a way forward for American workers, and we will be forced to pay the cost of these tariffs. The history of the labor movement is international. The counterpoint to this America First nonsense is, why are our international unions why weren't they organizing auto workers in Mexico when after the automakers got bailed out following the recession and said, man, we got all this money, we're going to throw it into developing factories in Mexico? Why didn't you go fucking organize them? Why are you instead saying, look at those guys, they're taking our jobs, they're driving down our wages? That's because you won't fucking organize them. Why do our union leaders pull punches so as not to challenge or embarrass the political establishment? Like working with Biden, as O'Brien did, to break the rail strike. Our tax Amazon fight worked in the exact opposite direction of that. We organized independently from the Democrats, rallying workers, young people, renters, union members to challenge and expose anyone who sided with big business through our action conferences and protests. We're not gonna run cover for you while you betray working people. We're not gonna subordinate working people's needs to your political career. And despite the quisling efforts of Democrats and labor fakers, we won a tax on Amazon and big business to the tune of over $200 million a year. And so that's, I think when it's like, you know, oh, how are we going to win things? I think that we have lessons here, we have experience here of fighting and winning. We have a track record. And because it came up in the breakout discussion I was in, may not have come up in all of them, but I think there's been a lot of discussion around how, you know, when we're presented with crisis after crisis and an absence of leadership and a clear approach on a fight back, you know, that people say, how do we help one another within our community? And there's a lot of talk about mutual aid. But, and hopefully I'm not being too sharp here, but mutual aid, in my opinion, absent class struggle, it's just collectivized charity. We cannot address our needs with our already meager material resources. We can't rob from Peter to pay Paul. That doesn't work. What's needed is a political struggle to take what we need back from the billionaires who stole it from us. And there's a historical precedent for this. The origins of my own union began with mutual aid. The Bridgman's Mutual Association was formed by ironworkers, who at the time, that was the most dangerous job in the country, to pool funds so that workers killed on the job would have their funeral costs paid for, with some money for the wife and children left behind. But this did nothing to address the unabated construction fatalities or the poverty wages of my forebears. And it wasn't until workers began militant organizing drives and successfully unionized that pay and conditions improved. Because this did change the balance of power between the workers and their bosses. So I want to thank you all for showing up today, but it would be negligent to just leave it at that. Today is not enough. Everyone in this room has a job to do in the struggles ahead. And every single one of you, I'm looking at you with the shawl, you guy in the white shirt back there, every single fucking one of you, you fucking matter and you can do shit. After our breakout group, there was a healthcare worker who asked me about How do I organize? It's fucked, right? In healthcare, it's fucked. How do I, with my coworkers, like there's nothing left. And that's that your workplace is political. Your workplace is where you organize. And if you don't have a union, then the best thing for someone who wants to start a union is to organize with your coworkers, to start acting like a union. And that's when we talk about concretely organizing, is to see yourself not as someone that things happen to, but someone who takes action, someone who realizes that there are daily conditions that are unacceptable. That's the conditions of all of us. And if you talk to any one of us, chances are you're going to find that common ground. And that's the basis on which we can get organized. And that's what I think tomorrow with Workers Strike Back around a Fight the Rich campaign that crystallizes, it makes concrete how we can address those things. And then it's up to us as individuals to go back, not to be like, I went to the conference, it was great, back to regular, right? It's to go into our workplace, into our communities, into our unions, and have those conversations and bring them to the next meeting. And anyway, I think I'm probably way over time, but yeah, every single one of us needs to organize in our apartment buildings, workplaces, unions, communities for mass actions, including protests, occupations, and strikes. Obviously, we build up to those things, but we shouldn't be embarrassed about the strategy of our struggle. And I'm not going to pretend that it's going to be easy. Respect to Brother King, but there's no arc of a moral universe that bends toward justice. There is only class war, the outcome of which will be decided by whether or not regular people like us wage the necessary struggle to fight back. So I would appeal to everyone here to join Workers Strike Back if you're not already a member. Let's learn from our proud history of class struggle, and let's make full use of our being here in this room, and let's get organized today to fight for tomorrow. Solidarity.
Thank you, Logan. That was an amazing speech. Okay, so the next person I'd like to welcome to the stage is Tiso Karina, who is a rank-and-file member of Teamsters Local 223, a union of United Staff and a member of Teamsters Mobilize. He's been down in Oregon supporting the strike of 5,000 nurses who are organized with the Oregon Nurses Association at Providence Health. And ONA nurses won a tentative agreement just yesterday as a result of their strike.
Can everybody hear me okay? Awesome. Well, I want to thank Brother Logan for that speech, because that was a hell of a speech, so I want to give him a round of applause again. So I want to say hi to begin with to all of our Teamsters that are watching out there, because I know there's quite a few of us watching. I also want to read first a statement from Teamsters Mobilize, us as a group. On behalf of Teamsters Mobilize, we thank the organizers of this Workers Strike Back organizing conference. We are appreciative of this platform. And as many have said today, in the words of the great the IWW, an injury to one is an injury to all. Teamsters Mobilize started in 2022 in the lead up to the 2023 UPS contract, and many of us came together as UPS part-timers to address our issues and concerns. Some of us who didn't work for UPS stood in solidarity with our Teamster family at that point. We are a grassroots rank-and-file led organization inside the Teamsters. Our mission is to engage, educate, and empower rank-and-file Teamsters and every worker. We are committed to bringing a militancy, transparency, and democracy to the Teamsters. And right now, if you've been watching everything in the past 72 hours, it's probably needed more than ever. That being said, we are ready to fight the bosses and the class collaborators in the leadership of our union who serve to weaken it rather than strengthen it, and you know who you are in leadership. We reject the political duopoly that seeks to divide and conquer the working class. The working class and ruling class have nothing in common. Nothing in common. Specifically, our General President, Sean O'Brien, who you've heard a lot about today, has recently come out in support of Donald Trump's xenophobic, nativist policies, and of course, publicly endorsed the right of state governments to enforce right-to-work laws. Just a fucking betrayal, quite frankly, as Brother Logan said. Now is the time to act to save our union. And I hope everybody that's watching on the live stream that's Teamsters are hearing that. Even non-Teamsters, I hope everybody's hearing that right now. And we as Teamsters Mobilize are gonna be at the forefront of that battle line, because we have to be. We're eager to work collectively and collaboratively with all brothers, sisters, and siblings who are dedicated to the cause of working people and will stand by your side with that aim firmly in sight. Now, these are the comments that I want to add in addition to the statement. A lot of it's already been framed in the Teamsters Mobilize statement that I read, but it's been hard for me to keep up with what seems like an endless barrage of bad decisions coming from Teamsters leadership. I personally was a very strong supporter of the Oz slate, and I walked for him, a lot of other people that are on that slate. And I can tell you, I've personally talked to some of these officers and expressed the betrayal that I feel from our leadership. And that was a hard conversation to have. And some of these examples, things I've already articulated, the anti-immigrant sentiment, the support for anti-labor candidates as previously stated. Specifically, leadership has said time and time again, we're gonna hold both parties accountable. We're gonna hold all politicians accountable that are anti-worker and anti-labor. And quite frankly, all I've seen, and I'm not in love with the Democrats by any means, but all I've seen is a lot of shit talking about Democrats and not holding the right wing accountable at all. We need to hold both accountable, but I'm only seeing one side getting hit at all. That being said, I want to be real clear here. Sean O'Brien does not speak for all of us as Teamsters, and if you think that, think twice, because it's just not true, and I'm here to prove that. And I do want to emphasize that what we need to do in terms of a plan to change, we need to have a plan to change the culture of all of our unions. It's not just about the Seans, any specific leader. You know, they're not the root cause of the issue. They are absolutely the perpetrators primarily right now, but they are not the root cause of the issue. In fact, the root cause of the issue has probably been around longer than some of us in this room have even been around. So we need to push back against these bad values in our unions, these values that have been around for generations, quite frankly. And we've inherited that fight, unfortunately, and we're the ones that are gonna have to deal with it. So we need to do it right, and we need to engage it head on and not be afraid of it anymore. Like I've mentioned, much of how I feel has already been articulated by Teamsters Mobilize. I hope some of you will come to our meetings and see what we're all about and see that, you know, we're the folks pushing reform in this union, the reform that we desperately so need. And I want to say I'm glad that we've come together to make our union and our movements better places, because there's a lot of folks in our movement, or sorry, in our union that don't feel that we have any business doing anything out of wages, hours, and working conditions. And I'm here to tell you that that is not true, and we are pushing back against that openly and actively. Our movement is intersectional, and anybody that doesn't believe in that is a fucking traitor to the labor movement, bar none. So I want to thank the Teamsters that are in our union now and in the past who paved the road for progressive voices in our union. Their work continues through ours. There have been folks in our union that risked everything, including their lives, to make this union a more militant, democratic, and transparent union. So I just want to give acknowledgement of that, including my mentor who passed recently, Alan Baird, who was the director of the Coors boycott in Northern California in the mid-'70s. And in the spirit of organizing, before I close, we are having a special meeting on March 2nd at 2 p.m. Pacific. Our topic's going to be no ICE raids and know your rights. It'll be on our socials, and this is keeping in line with our movement is intersectional, and anybody that doesn't believe that should not be in this movement. Thank you. Solidarity.
Thank you so much. That was an amazing speech. I'm sure we've all enjoyed our speakers so far. Our next speaker is the leader of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, political theorist and strategist who's developed the theory of African internationalism. He's traveled to over 19 countries building black power struggles throughout Africa, Europe, and the Americas, and establishing solidarity relations with other colonized peoples' movements. He's driven the establishment of over 50 black community economic institutions across the United States designed to free African people from the colonial mode of production. Please welcome Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
I bring you greetings of Uhuru, which means freedom in Swahili. I want to express our appreciation for the work of Kshama Sawant and those who organized this program, and I wish that I could be there with you in person today. I am Omali Yeshitela, Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and leader of the Uhuru Movement for Worldwide African Liberation and Socialism. I began fighting the system of colonial capitalism in the 1960s. I'm still making that fight today, and we are closer than ever to winning total liberation for African and all oppressed peoples. I agree with the slogan of this conference that when we fight, we can win. We in the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru Movement have been fighting, and we are winning. Nearly 3 years ago, Biden's FBI violently raided 7 homes and offices of the Uhuru Movement in St. Louis, Missouri, and St. Petersburg, Florida, including my home, with flak-jacketed soldiers, laser-guided rifles, tanks, flashbang grenades, and drones. They took our phones, our computers, and our files. 9 months later, Biden's DOJ indicted me, along with 2 leaders of our party's white solidarity and reparations component, on federal charges of being agents of Russia. The so-called overt acts charged in the indictment are all expressions of what is supposed to be protected free speech. Running candidates on a reparations platform, testifying at United Nations reparations hearings, publishing articles in our newspaper, The Burning Spear, circulating a petition charging the United States government with genocide, speaking out against the U.S. proxy war against Russia and Ukraine, exposing the fact that NATO expansion toward Russian territory provoked the war that has now taken millions of lives. They tried to lock me up for 15 years. We were offered a plea deal, but we chose to fight. And we built a popular campaign in the streets and through the independent media. We went to trial last September. The jury found us not guilty of being Russian agents, but guilty of conspiring to be Russian agents, conspiring to do something that didn't happen. We are appealing. In December, we were sentenced to 3 years probation. The judge said no prison time because everything in the indictment was protected free speech. The government knows that I don't work for Russia. They're upset because I don't work for them. I work for black people and the oppressed peoples of the world. I want to thank the many friends who are here today who supported us throughout the Uhuru 3's Fight Back campaign, including Jill Stein, who came to Tampa, Florida for the start of the trial and spoke in our defense on her campaign trail. So today we hear cries of panic and fears from many who say that fascism is coming. But the conditions they anticipate being imposed on the general population are conditions that African and indigenous people and American colonized people around the world experience daily. We live in a country that was founded on the brutal kidnapping and enslavement of millions of African people and the genocidal war waged against the indigenous people to steal and settle their land. Worldwide capitalism was founded and continues to depend on the colonial exploitation of the peoples and resources inside of America and around the world. That system is in crisis because colonized peoples around the world are seizing this moment to recapture our human and material resources. That's why we see the global shift in the political and economic configuration of the world that is also impacting inside the United States. Today, there is an uneasy equilibrium between the dying forces of the colonial mode of production and the rising tide of anti-colonial socialism. While some see this moment as proto-fascist, we remember that the proto-fascism of the McCarthy era was disrupted by the anti-colonial struggle of the civil rights movement that kept the society open for everyone. We in the African People's Socialist Party are preparing to govern. At the same time, as we are fighting for policy changes within the current system, through campaigns for community control of the police, opposition to gentrification, and freeing political prisoners like the just-released Leonard Peltier, we are creating our own ability to feed, clothe, and house our people, negating the colonial mode of production that keeps us enslaved. As an example, in our headquarters in the black community in North St. Louis, we have acquired over a dozen dilapidated properties and built a community garden, a farmer's market, a workforce, housing for released prisoners, recreation facilities, and events venues. We have begun to work to build a women's health center and 2 bakery cafes in St. Petersburg, Florida. We operate an FM radio station, a food kitchen, an events venue, and publish our monthly newspaper, The Burning Spear. Indeed, when we fight, we can and do win. We look forward to working with you all and to build a world where everyone can enjoy peace, prosperity, and happiness, no one group at the expense of another. We are winning. Uhuru.
Thank you so much to Chairman O'Malley for sending that video of solidarity. I think showing the breadth and strength of this movement is a really important part of today, so we all leave feeling energized. And in that vein, we also have today with us Nick Cruz from the Revolutionary Blackout Network, which is a Black-led multicultural network of activists and citizen journalists focusing on empowering communities through education, organizing, and direct action. So go ahead and roll that for me, please.
What's poppin', my friends? Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to speak. It's unfortunate I wasn't able to make it. I had a lot of fun meeting you guys in Chicago and Seattle. I much prefer doing these in person. So I want to thank Kshama for giving me the opportunity to still record a video despite not making it in person. Right now, it's very important for us to stay active and stay mobilized because we are just witnessing another pendulum swing. It's inevitable that Donald Trump will disappoint MAGA. That's just a simple fact of the situation. The capitalist class will always portray the working class, and there will be a lot of poor and working class people who will be left behind in the MAGA economy. There are a lot of people who will see Donald Trump serving Israel in the military-industrial complex, and they will feel betrayed because they thought they was voting for someone who was anti-war. That's why it's extremely important for us as a working class movement, as socialists, as people who are class conscious, to be there for the working class as they are abandoned by the ruling class. And this time right now is very interesting because we have a lot of Democrats that are going through some things right now because they are realizing that neoliberalism in the Democratic Party is inept and liberalism is not the ideology you need to defeat Donald Trump. You need a populist movement. So when they are down, as they are questioning their political party and they are panicking, we have to be there for them and pick up the people who are disillusioned by the Democratic Party and their incompetence. There was millions of voters. Remember, 80 million people did not vote for the two-party duopoly. There was millions of people who voted for Biden who didn't vote for him the second election because of the genocide in Gaza, which is another important point, which is why we actually provide a real option for the working class. We need to provide an anti-Zionist, pro-peace, left populist movement. And this is where the Democratic Party failed, by pointing out the hypocrisies of American First, by manipulating the differences between the MAGA woke right who believe in Zionist censorship versus the MAGA influencers who are similar to Candace Owens and their followers who are starting to question Zionism. As Donald Trump continued to serve Israel, we have to be there to pick up the people who realize that Donald Trump actually doesn't stand for American first. This is why it's extremely important for us to establish that we are hostile towards the empire, that our number one priority is to end the military-industrial complex and the corruption that destabilizes the lives of Americans. And the majority of the American people are with us because, as I mentioned before, 80 million Americans did not vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. And this is by design. The ruling class wants to disenfranchise well-informed, working-class people who want the best for their families. And there are many people in this country that wants to hold the billionaire class accountable, that want health care for their neighbors. 1 out of 3 Republicans support Medicare for all. The majority of independents, the majority of Democrats, the majority of people support ideas such as increasing the minimum wage, of ending the never-ending wars. But the ruling class distracts them with irrelevant culture war issues, which is used to distract the working class and convince poor white people to vote against their interests regarding the Republican Party. And many people who believe that the Democratic Party has the best interest for the LGBTQ community, they vote against their interests by voting for a genocidal, Zionist, capitalist in the Democratic Party. So it's very crucial, and this is why I implore us to do. We have to completely reject the culture war and the liberal identity politics, which is used to distract the workers from anti-war populist movement, which is actually meant to challenge the capitalist class, which is our number one goal, because just reforming the modes of capitalism will not end the corruption and will not end the exploitation of our people. So it's very important for us to have an anti-war, anti-Zionist, socialist working class movement to challenge the working class. And something else that I want to strongly emphasize is our biggest push for electoralism should be via ballot initiatives. In the last election, when the American people, including the extremely deep red state of Missouri, decided to vote for Donald Trump, they also voted for an increase of the minimum wage. They voted for affordable housing. They voted for economic populism over and over again in Missouri. So whenever the American people have a chance to choose, they would choose things like a Medicaid expansion, like Missouri voted for. Now we have the Missouri governor who wants to override the will of the voters, because we live in an authoritarian hellscape where there's no way that the people can actually express their will on the government, except via ballot initiatives, where we had to force their hand, like what is happening in Missouri. So if you don't have ballot initiatives, that should be your primary focus. And I am meaning a very small percent being spent on electoralism. We need to spend our time being there for our communities, organizing for the working class and the poor, standing in solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and sisters, and advocating for an end of nuclear war. That should be our primary focus. I appreciate you guys for inviting me on, and I hope you guys are willing to work with us at Revolutionary Blackout as we continue to expand our mutual aid organization and mutual aid societies among the left. So thank you, Kshama and Workers Strike Back, for inviting me once again. Thank you guys, and have a great rest of your conference.
Thank you so much to Nick Cruz and RBN. I think, all these folks who had to send videos, also for me, really underscores the sacrifice that everyone who's here in person really made, because we don't take for granted the time, the energy, the resources to travel. So we appreciate people who are able to send these solidarity messages. We now have actually a hybrid contribution. So we've got one person one person in person, and one video from Do Dissidents. I think maybe we could get Russell to come up here for when we're doing Keaton so that you can have it sort of side by side. You're probably used to that. But yeah, I think Do Dissidents, they weren't on my radar ahead of this election. And then they took a singly just incredible, strong position. They joined us out in Chicago at the DNC. And we've just been, fighting alongside ever since. And we're really proud to have them here. So yeah, I think you're up first, and then we have Keaton's message. So yeah, welcome, Russell.
People keep asking me where Keaton is. I'm like, Keaton won't go to Connecticut, much less Seattle. Forget about it. I always think of the line in The Godfather. Hey, he could have had his own family. You couldn't get him out of that one meal town. All right, this is going to be maybe not the best opening of a speech today, but it's definitely going to be the dorkiest opening that you're going to hear. The great science fiction writer Frank Herbert, told you, opens his masterpiece with the line, "A beginning is the time for taking the most delicate care that the balances are correct." Why are beginnings delicate? Because they are by their nature unmoored and rootless. Any small thing can destroy an effort at its beginning, whether a novel, a business, a resolution, or a political party. Any distraction, any conflict, any loss of momentum, and it can all evaporate very quickly. Add to that the reality that we must face from this beginning so that we do not, as Kshama might say, make illusions. The left is more broken on every level, from the cultural to the intellectual to the spiritual, than it has ever been in my lifetime, and arguably than it has ever been in this country. That is partly through self-inflicted wounds and partly a result of external pressure, sometimes exerted through the kind of infiltration and psychological operations that we now know for certain USAID, NED, the IRI, and many others have been running overseas for decades. It would be naive to think they haven't been running the same kinds of operations here at home. And when we look at the state of the left, we must offer some grudging admiration for the effectiveness of their efforts. We saw the end result of those efforts recently when the DNC offered content creators a cash bonanza by streaming their race for a new chair. The high comedy of this pure distillation of the essence of what the Democratic Party has been reduced to by its Wall Street owners working in tandem with an activist wing that is only allowed to exist precisely because it is ridiculous and ineffective at advocating even for the narrow identitarian issues that are the only issues allowed them by the party's donor class. It was as clear a lesson for activists as Ozymandias in the desert. This once great and powerful political party brought low and yet still there sticking up out of the sands of its own destruction to beg for money. Look on my work, ye mighty, and write a check. This was the final outcome of the Frankenstein's monster experiment of stitching together disparate elements of the civil rights movement, running them through a blender of tortured postmodernism, elevating obscure crackpot academics as spokespeople for the truly repulsive, zero-sum, all against all vision of society that came out the other side, and telling people this was what the left was all about. Not solidarity, identity. Not class, not the hard realities of material conditions. Instead, these ideas were replaced by a secular theology, with the villains often being the workers themselves, who hadn't been educated in the new jargon and who not only didn't accept and embrace every new sexual and intellectual fetish of the ruling class, but often had the temerity to openly question them. As it turns out, polyamory is not a politics, and the hunt for microaggressions is no substitute for the hunt for better wages and free health care. And so the Democrats have not only fallen, hollowed out from the inside by the same narcissists and neurotics they let in to explain the purpose of their continued existence as a party after they sold out their old working class base, they have turned over the country to a re-energized Christian right that's going to end up making the Reagan Revolution look like Woodstock. This is where we are, and it should serve as a cautionary tale for any who are going to attempt to recover the lost power and reputation of the left. A political movement can survive hatred and hostility, but one thing it cannot survive is the perception that it is ridiculous. And by mistaking the need for tolerance with the need for indulgence, by confusing the mission of helping victims with the celebration of victimhood, by treating strength as a vice and incapacity as a virtue, not only the establishment left, but a good portion of the activist left has come to make itself look ridiculous. Any movement that indulges these ideas will end up being an enormous waste of time and money for all involved. The first person who wants to form a sub-caucus that has nothing to do with improving conditions for all workers should be, if not canceled and rejected, lest we become the same censorious prigs we condemn, given a firm talking to and a very clear and unambiguous refusal, so that the organization doesn't end up like the DNC or the DSA or countless other attempts at focusing the energies of the left, devoured from within by people whose only purpose is to divide and weaken. For a left that's gone 40 some odd years without a serious union presence in its councils or any real connection to laborers and tradesmen who may not think the way they do on every issue, repairing that relationship and reestablishing that connection is going to take a lot of humility and a serious course correction. This weekend, there is an opportunity to create a new vision that begins to repair the damage done by the Clinton ascendancy and the neoliberal politics it ushered in. We are fortunate to have so many talented people join in to help, including our many peers in the indie media space who have come together today to both appear on the live stream and to create a collective super stream of the event. And to lead the way forward, we couldn't have a better person than Kshama, who is that rarest of things in this foul year of our Lord 2025, a leftist that wins things. As one of our viewers recently said, Kshama is ride or die. She has won tangible victories for workers against the corrupt Democrats and the oligarchy they serve. Kshama has beaten the Leviathan that is Amazon, both imposing a local tax and the first $15 minimum wage in the country. And how did she do it? By inviting everyone into the tent, without elevating or denigrating any below or above the others. That is how you win over workers. That is how you build solidarity. That is how you create an alternative in waiting for the moment when the foot soldiers of the MAGA movement, who need to pay rent, see a doctor, take a plane, or collect Social Security like everybody else, come to realize that tech bro billionaires were never coming to save them, only to preside over their final destruction as a class and to dismantle what meager protections they had left from the greed of their own. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keaton Weiss from Due Dissidents. I'd have loved to have bought a plane ticket and flown out to be there in person, but for some reason my USAID check hasn't cleared this month. I called the Treasury Department to see what the issue could be, but no one answered. Instead, I got an automated message telling me that they're experiencing unusually high call volumes and that there were 328 white South African farmers ahead of me in the queue. So I never did get to the bottom of it, but in any event, it's a great pleasure to be able to address this conference. Back in May of 2021, during the brief but brutal to endure honeymoon period of the Biden administration, I struggled with how to, or even whether to, continue to engage politically. It was a very strange time when the country, coming out of the COVID lockdowns, seemed eerily content to settle back into the old pre-Trump way of doing things. Order had been restored, democracy had been rescued, of course, and normalcy had been reinstated. Lucky for me, though, despite having fallen into a pretty severe political depression, I had, months prior, committed to be a part of a telethon fundraiser for Kshama Sawant's effort against the Democrat-led recall in Seattle. And so in order to not break my commitments, I of course agreed to follow through and show up. And the evening of the fundraiser, I met Kshama and her team for the first time over a Zoom call in what was ultimately a 4 to 5 hour event. And for the first time, I saw what, if I'm being honest, I haven't really seen anywhere else at any moment since, which was a group of hardcore leftist activists who had their shit together, who could actually organize and win against the entrenched financial and political interests in Seattle. And win, they did. Kshama's team in Seattle pulled me back from the political brink. They kept me from falling into despair at a time when things seemed quite bleak. And today, of course, we find ourselves once again staring out at a political landscape that seems even more unforgiving than the one I just referenced, which is why I can think of no better place to be than here with many of that same team that so inspired me 4 years ago. Now, what makes these times even more difficult than before is that as the right wing amps up their assaults on ordinary people, the discredited liberal class has wrought enormous havoc by tarnishing the brand of noble left causes, tainting them in the minds of the working class. Environmentalism has been hijacked by uber-wealthy do-gooders who lecture the public from Davos, where they flew in on their gas-guzzling private jets. Anti-racism has been given a bad name by a cadre of PMC grifters like Ibram X. Kendi and Robin DiAngelo. The very concept of public health is now a controversial idea, thanks to the lies and mismanagement of a thoroughly corrupt for-profit medical system that destroyed what remained of its reputation these past 5 years since the pandemic struck. And to be frank, liberal elites in and adjacent to the Democratic Party have failed at just about everything these past 8 years or so, except for one thing. They've succeeded in destroying the credibility of the American left by convincing the masses that we are one and the same. This is why the first and most urgent order of business for an emerging left movement is to make crystal clear in the mind of the public that we are not. In order to do this, we must remain laser focused on issues and causes that empower all working people of every race, color, and creed. Well, except for the white South African farmers. fuck them. But everyone else should have a seat at the table, no matter who they voted for, how they identify, or, very importantly, I think, where they live. Workers from the East Coast to the West Coast, the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt, from the U.S.-Mexico border on down, in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank. All working people facing subjugation, from wage slavery to human trafficking to ethnic cleansing and genocide, are our class allies and must be treated as such, no matter the ruling class's efforts to divide us against each other. If we stick together, and in the words of our now dear leader, fight, 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 together, we will, like Kshama did before and has always done, in the end, win. So it's an honor to speak with you today. Thanks very much.
Okay, there we go. Our next speaker will be Hassan Abdel Salam, the co-founder of Abandon Biden, which then became the Abandon Harris movement. They challenged and turned away from the Democratic Party for their ongoing support of the genocide in Gaza. And ultimately, the Abandon Harris movement endorsed the anti-war campaign of Jill Stein and Butch Ware in 2024.
Cease fire now. Cease fire now. Cease fire now. A lone voice, relentless, again and again, calling for justice, piercing through the cold on Minnesota pavement, November 1st, 2023. We stood our ground, announced that we will never vote for the president. We came out in droves in 2020, and we made President Biden the President of the United States. We witnessed enough, the brutality, the bombardments, 3 weeks of genocide. Intolerable to the American conscience, we had no other choice. Our strategy, to punish the president for his genocide, to send a signal to the political landscape that if you engage in genocide, you will lose the election. We persisted. People said, don't. The lesser of two evils. A ceasefire is coming. You're such a small population, people of conscience. You can't make a difference. The chorus of cynics, their voice never drowned our persistence. We walked and ran towards November 5th, holding hands, singing "We Shall Overcome." From Arizona to Georgia, from Georgia to Wisconsin, from Pennsylvania to Nevada, from North Carolina to Minnesota. We spoke out, persuaded our friends and our neighbors. We canvassed, we texted, we protested, and we won. Victory on November 5th, to resound through history, that we punished the vice president at the hands of people of conscience. The numbers and the data reveal that if the vice president, the president, did not commit genocide, likely Vice President Harris would have won. Our path continues. Our victory on November 5th emboldens us. A first chapter in a long story in the winding path of justice. We ask you to join us as we try to build a movement for all Americans to call for justice in our foreign policy. America has been pernicious in the name of its exceptionalism. It's maimed, destroyed, attacked, displaced, and murdered innocents. And here domestically at home, our inhumane policies, at abandon Biden, abandon Harris, we rebrand, reinvigorate, to galvanize a new movement, calling for Medicare for all, Medicare negotiating drug prices, ending homelessness, and ensuring a humane foreign policy worldwide. I will never forget Brother Faris, the real founder of Abandon Biden, in that prison where I was held by Israeli forces who detained and tortured me for weeks in 2022, for no other reason than that we wished to protest peacefully. And there in prison, I met Brother Faris, one of the youth that I got to know that year. Him pacing before me back and forth in prison. He asked me that unforgettable question: what will you do if you go back home? If you go back to America? I never thought I'd go back. My interrogators promised me that I'd never be released. But I decided to answer, what will you do if you go back to America? I said I would speak out. And the most extraordinary thing happened on the face of Brother Faris. A huge, brilliant smile appeared. That what brought him pleasure is that you now would hear his story. That what brings the pleasure, the happiness on people oppressed worldwide, is the knowledge that together here, we would arrest the villainous atrocity and vices of our government, at home and abroad. And now, a new beginning. Let not the momentum dissipate. Join us in this movement with Workers Strike Back and the Green Party. Abandon Biden, abandon Harris. A movement for which we can say, finally, abandon genocide, abandon brutality, abandon injustice. Together, to bring a smile on Brother Faris's face and all those oppressed in our pursuit on this winding course towards justice.
All right. So I have 3 final speakers before we do our closing remarks today, and I appreciate everyone who's stayed through this conference. I know it has been educational and energizing, but also long. So we've got 3 final speakers, and we're calling this section Struggle Reports. Worker Strike Back members across the country have been organizing, as we've spoken to, in their communities, schools, and workplaces. And from those struggles and from victories, importantly, we have gleaned some important lessons. Part of being consciously organized is weighing up the lessons of every fight. And so we have a few Worker Strike Back members here to speak to that. First up, I've got Calvin Priest. He was the campaign manager for the Tax Amazon campaign, and he's also speaking to the hands-off the 15 victory that was it's featured in the video that we had earlier. So please welcome warmly Calvin Priest.
As Emily said, I'm a member of Workers Strike Back. I'm also a member of Revolutionary Workers. So Kshama spoke earlier about our fight to win the $15 minimum wage, how we were able to defeat big business and the Democrats to win the highest minimum wage in the country. We knew when we won our victory that the fight wasn't over. And Kshama said as much in her victory speech, which we showed part of it on the video earlier. We knew because no fight is ever over under capitalism. The bosses and their political servants will pick their moment to go after that victory, to try to undermine it or get rid of it altogether. And we're seeing that again right now as the Republicans and Trump are preparing to go after Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare, some of the biggest victories of the US working class, with the help of the Democrats. This is one of the many reasons that capitalism cannot be reformed, that it has to be destroyed. Our victory on 15, though it was and is the strongest minimum wage law in the country, was incomplete. We weren't strong enough to win everything we were fighting for. In any fight with the bosses, whether we win, how much we win, is not about the morality of the bosses or the politicians or making persuasive arguments to them, because they have no morality. It comes down purely to the strength of our movement and our support within the wider working class versus the bosses. That's all that it's about. So with the help of many labor leaders, sadly, the Democrats ran through a series of loopholes in the legislation. One of them was they gave small business a 10-year-long phase-in before they had to pay tipped workers the full minimum wage. That had problems written all over it. To be clear, this was not because big business or the Democrats give a shit about small business. Obviously they don't. As we knew at the time, this was a loophole that they hoped they could cash in on later as an avenue to undermine and to start to unravel the law. And predictably, last summer, the Democratic city council members, with the socialists no longer in the city council, decided to do exactly that, to begin their assault on Seattle's historic and massively popular minimum wage. They were totally dishonest about it. Again, they said it was all about small business. They said it was all about COVID and how it was so hard on small business, how it was unexpected, despite the very obvious fact that it was workers who paid the price for the pandemic. They used identity politics. They had the sole black member of the city council be the one to trot out this attack. Joy Hollingsworth is her name. And by the way, we should always name our enemies. We should use their names. We defeated them. We defeated them using the same strategy we have used in all of our fights, because since no fight is ever over under capitalism, until we destroy it, that's what we have to do. We built a movement. We called a press conference. We organized an action conference. We mobilized a city hall. We politically called them out, slammed them in the city council chamber, including Hollingsworth explicitly. We exposed all of their lies. We said that any of them voting to dismantle 15 needed to be booted out of office. And we did win. And as of January 1st of this year, Seattle's minimum wage is $20.76 an hour. Obviously, it's still not enough. But we defeated big business and the Democratic Party again. We defeated them in their attempts to create a permanent sub-minimum wage in this city and deny workers the more than $3 an hour raise that they needed to survive. We did that even without the benefit of a Seattle City Council. In addition to defending 15, our movement also just won an offensive victory. We campaigned for the Prop 1 ballot initiative, which expands our Amazon tax that we won in 2020 to fund affordable housing. We canvassed and tabled and answered the lies of the corporate media again. The NGOs that filed the ballot initiative, unfortunately, did not want to antagonize big business and the establishment, so the increase was only for $52 million a year. It raised our Amazon tax victory that we won in 2020, raised $450 million last year by itself. So while we disagree with those NGO leaders, it was nonetheless an important victory. And it shows, I think, very clearly the huge support there is for taxing the rich and big business right now. It shows the huge anger at Amazon, and it shows that we don't have to sit back and only carry out defensive fights. We can also go on the offensive and win. And we have beat Amazon, I've lost count now, I think 4 times. And so I think there is a space to bring a much stronger version of the Amazon tax initiative, both here and in other cities, because affordable housing is a crisis everywhere, as is the massive anger at the rich. I also wanted to make a couple of quick points about mutual aid. So I know there's a lot of discussion about mutual aid, and I basically agree with what Logan said earlier. It's completely understandable that people feel that they want to do something for the people that they know that are struggling, but the problem is we have limited resources, we have limited energy, and we can win offensive victories like these. We can make the billionaires pay rather than trying to struggle to, for GoFundMes, et cetera, to try to get by. And that's really the best direction for our energies, not only because they're the ones with the billions and not us, which is the critical point, but also because in engaging in class struggle, people learn. That is how you build a movement, that's how you build an ongoing movement, and that's how you create leaders. It is through these fights, the $15 minimum wage fight, the tax Amazon fight, the fight for renters' rights that we fought. That is how we built leaders. That's how we built an organization. That's why we have Workers' Strike Back right now. That's why we're having this conference right now. And so we need to build on that. It's very easy for us to get dispersed and go in different directions and do different things and get tied up with the many people struggling under this system. But the way people learn is through struggle. And so it's absolutely crucial that our orientation be towards strategically taking on fights where we can do real damage to the bosses, where sometimes we can win, and where we can build a stronger movement going forward rather than constantly being on the defensive.
Yes, it sucks to play defense all the time. That is absolutely true. I'd like to introduce our next 2 speakers, Matthew Malloy and Keel, who are student worker organizers at the University of Missouri, and they're here to talk to us about their struggle to gain a $25 an hour minimum wage.
Hear me okay? So just correction, it's Kyle, but that's okay. It's spelled differently, so. It's about K-I-E-L, so that's probably what the confusion is. But anyway, so I'm gonna start. So my name is Kyle Corcoran, and I'm excited to be here, everybody, today. So I'm glad to see all the comrades here today, and I'm gonna say it's a privilege to speak and share my experience as a graduate worker within the University of Missouri system, and as an organizer in Kansas City, and as a member of Workers' Strike Back, and also as a member of our emerging union, which we'll call the University of Missouri United Workers. So, okay, I'm gonna describe something here. So the University of Missouri system, it's made up of 4 different universities in Missouri, right? So you have St. Louis, you have Columbia, you have UMKC, and you have Missouri Science and Tech, which is in North, right? So they have about $2 billion for an endowment. So on average, so the system pays its top academic office. So what I mean chancellors, I mean provost, I mean the president, about $1 million. The president for the UM makes about 2.5. So if you compare that to student workers, right? Student workers are the backbone of the UM system at all levels. So graduate, undergraduate, professional students, right? So undergrads typically work a lot of on-campus jobs. So we're talking about library services, which all students use. They use them for the front desk, they use them to get the books. They even have staff like the rec centers are staffed by undergrads all the time. So they run the front desk, they run the equipment, that type of stuff. They even pay them to do tutoring for fellow students, right? So graduate students are a little more complex. So for most of the time, they have them do research or they have them do teaching, right? But the thing is, if everybody stops working, the graduate undergrads, the campuses aren't going to work, right? They're going to grind to a halt. So on average, the dollar amount for undergrad workers is about $9 to $12 an hour. So for a university that has $2 billion for an endowment, they're paying someone to man a desk $9 an hour. So yeah, they don't really care. So they know it, they don't care, right? And then graduate workers make about $1,800 a month. That's the max. So like how UMKC works, it has different grad programs, right? So it pays them differently. And like STEM are more focused, so that's the max you're gonna get. And that's once a month, $1,800. Yeah, so it's not enough, but again, they don't care about any of that. So let's be honest, nobody can live on $1,800 a month, let alone $9 a month when you're young. It doesn't matter if you have a family or you're single, right? You can't live on that. So like I know that from experience. Like I've taught for them at UMKC for about 2 years, was their math classes and some of their like undergrad math classes, right? And I have a son who's about 16 months old, and it was a struggle to get by. Like I had to borrow money from the dean. He was really nice, he gave me money, but and then as I'm also the president of the graduate student council, right? And people will come to us and say, we don't make enough money. We teach 2 classes, and when, like one person, like we go to the school, they tell us that they can't do anything about it, and they'll tell them they go to the food pantry. A bunch, yeah. Which is, again, it's very frustrating if you're working 2 classes, or if you're teaching 2 classes and you're taking classes, and then you go, well, I get paid once a month and I have a bill, and they're like, go to the food pantry. They just don't care, right? So the idea is that we have to take these on. Like, these wages are unacceptable. Tuition, rent, and basic living expenses keep rising, right? In the school, the university of itself, across all these 4 schools, aren't responding to any of this, right? This is unfair because, like I said, students don't only work, they are people outside of the classroom. So they have families and responsibilities. So again, it's not fair to them. This is all, if the students don't work, then the faculty and the administrators can't run the universities, right? But they get paid a lot more than we do. So when we bring it up to them, right, their attitude is to shut down any type of discussion about this. So like we've tried to get papers, the school papers, to put out stories. They will do interviews and then get student experience, and then at the end they will pull it and say that the school has put pressure on them to not publish just a paper about working conditions, not about a paper about unions or a call, just to say this is on average what a student worker makes, right? And then, which is unacceptable. They've even told some students that they can't talk about unions at all, and they sometimes threaten to fire them too, but yeah, that's unacceptable. They also, for international students, it's even worse because they are afraid to organize or even speak because of what they think that the school's going to do, right? So, and then, so, all this to summarize all this. This experience is reverse something I know. Student workers need to fight back, right, against an administration. So, this is kind of why we launched the University of Missouri Students and Workers United, or UMSWU for short. And then alongside Workers Strike Back is helping us. And right now we're trying to table at UMKC as a start about 3 times a week to get people to sign a petition. This petition's about $25 an hour for undergrad, professional, graduate work minimum, no exceptions to that. And then also international students in the UM system are forced to pay a health insurance fee up front. So that's about $1,500 they have to provide. And they can't, and then they're not allowed to get medical services because they restrict them to just use it on campus. So it's not very fair. I don't know what they're doing. They just don't care. So yeah, we supported also research of mandating medical for all in this. We wanted to support, because there are schools in the UM system that support the Gaza and they support Israel. with the genocide. We were told we don't demanding that to stop. Like UMKC is pretty bad. They do. We want that to stop. Here, nobody should support genocide. They should not use methods of education to do so, right? So then they end it on March. If anybody's watching Kansas City, we're going to have a rally, the live rally at March 8th at 2 p.m. at the Charlesville Amphitheater. If that's fight UMKC across the river. So we would love for you to come and show out, and we want to get as much support as we can for this, because students are suffering, and they should not be told to go to the food pantry as a result for trying to just better themselves. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Matthew. I am a socialist, member of Workers Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers. So Kyle described the work that we're doing in Kansas City, organizing student workers around a $25 an hour minimum wage and free health care. He's described how even the university administration at a state university is so hostile to workers and their rights. We've just been, as I said, just organizing around these two demands, and students have been intimidated. Some students are afraid of losing their student visas because a lot of the student workers at this university are international students. Even in this early stage, the university is using xenophobic and racist intimidation, even in just this early stage of organizing. We know that workers can win nothing without a fight, without a ferocious fight. And for example, after Seattle workers won the $15 an hour minimum wage with the leadership of the 15 Now movement and Kshama's Socialist City Council office, the University of Washington administration refused to pay up, saying the city law did not apply to them as they were a state institution. The unions and workers at UW, joined by 15 Now and Kshama, held protest rallies and publicly forced the administration to concede back then. We must always keep in mind how local, state, or even national fights fit within the larger class war. This is why, one of the demands on our petition is ending the genocidal war in Gaza. The University of Missouri system is invested in the genocide. And so obviously, the labor movement and workers have a key role in ending this war. And even early on in these stages of our organizing, we want to inject that international solidarity into it. So Workers Strike Back and University of Missouri Students and Workers United are only getting started, but we understand how important this fight is. We have talked to about 150 students so far in Kansas City, and it's clear that the vast majority of them are angry and are looking for a way to fight back. It's clear that if students could win a $25 an hour minimum wage, that it could ripple out and set a new standard for wages across the city, which is currently $13.50 an hour, and put enormous pressure on big business and the city's mostly Democratic politicians. But we have to be very sober about what it will take to win something like this. We saw what it took for the Seattle 15 Now campaign to win $15 an hour, and I join Kyle in urging those watching from the live stream in Kansas City to attend our rally on March 8th. This is going to be a 25 Now rally. These students need support from workers outside of the university because, as they said, the amount of students that we talk to that want to be in this fight, but they're afraid of the intimidation, they need support from their fellow workers. And also, this fight for 25 is a fight for every worker. As 15 wasn't won anywhere until it was won in the city of Seattle. A win for workers anywhere is a win for workers everywhere. This is something we have to fundamentally understand in this movement. Labor and working class history shows us we must look beyond the workplace. As I said, one of UMSW's very first demands was a demand to end this genocide in Gaza and that the University of Missouri completely divest from the weapons industry profiting from Israel's war and occupation. Workers must build international solidarity if they are to combat the divide and conquer strategies of the billionaires. The history of class struggle shows us time and time again exclusions based on race, nationality, or national border only weakens the working class movement as a whole. This is why it's incredibly important not only to make demands concerning the workplace or industry, but also to have broader demands. This is a critique that we have received like often in our organizing, but we think standing in solidarity with Palestine is essential. Having broader demands also points us towards the future. Demands like nationalizing the energy sector won't be possible unless labor unions join in on the struggle. So I just want to reiterate one more time for those watching in Kansas City, we're having a 25 Now rally on March 8th with Workers Strike Back and University of Missouri Students and Workers United. I hope everyone in Kansas City can join us, and thank you so much for your time and solidarity, everybody.
All right, so we have one more struggle report, and I'm really excited to be introducing Raghav Kaushik. I think I first met him in the foyer in City Hall when it was full to the brim with hundreds of Indian American activists, and they were passing around Indian-style pizza, which if you've never had, you need to go out and have some because it's amazing. But they weren't just there to turn out for city council, which is already an impressive feat because they held those stupid meetings at 2 p.m. on a weekday to make sure that working class people can't go. But they made sure that the hundreds of people who turned out wouldn't have to leave early, that they would have all the snacks that they need to sit there and tell the Democrats exactly what they thought of them. And with that strategy, right, we were able to win not just, I think we spoke in the video about the historic ban on caste discrimination, but before that, actually, a repudiation of the racist Modi regime and their citizenship laws, which I think really were an international harbinger of sort of the move to the right and that we've seen, all over the world. And now we're sort of seeing Modi and Trump buddying up yet again. I remember at the time, the Democrats said, oh, well, this isn't a Seattle issue. And they were wrong then, and they are wrong today. And that's why we're really excited to have Raghav Kaushik speak to the importance of international solidarity in the fight against oppression.
I really like what Calvin said in his speech before about offensive fights and defensive fights. The theme of this conference has been to fight the rich. And to fight the rich, we do need to fight defensive fights. Like, when Trump is firing civil servants, we need to protest it. But that's not enough. We need to go beyond that. Higher minimum wage, Medicare for all, free public transit, ending caste discrimination, issues like that. We need to win concrete victories like that, material gains, starting with the local level and then going on to the national level. And, we have a great example of how to win such victories over the past decade, right here in Seattle. And in fact, I'm here to talk about precisely one of them. Exactly 2 years ago, February 21st, 2023, the Seattle City Council banned caste discrimination in the city. And Seattle became the first jurisdiction outside South Asia to do so. Media coverage of this was viral. The news just became viral. You can hear Kshama talking about socialism and tax the rich and things like that in various Indian languages like Hindi and Marathi. The governor of the Indian state of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, tweeted his congratulations. It was so big. And that was, incidentally, probably the first time in history that someone named Stalin was congratulating a Trotskyist. Caste is a system of oppression that's hierarchical and based on birth, and it divides people into these rigid groups, with groups at the lower tiers facing severe oppression and even violence. And this, even though it's 2,000 years old, it continues to this day in India. And it's a fundamental fault line of Indian society, being a major factor behind the rise of the right wing. So it's not just some arcane, old, irrelevant issue, right? It's very current, very relevant even today. And caste exists not just in India, but it exists among the diaspora here. I am a tech worker, I work at Microsoft, and I have seen caste play out myself in Microsoft. There were internal Microsoft emails, which were in fact published by the Washington Post a few years ago, where there were casteist comments being made by some employees against others who are caste oppressed, called Dalits, and questioning their intelligence, work ethics, and so on. And no one was ever held accountable for it. And there are many other examples like that. We collected them as part of our movement of caste discrimination that's present in the US. And the fact that it's so relevant today, is what makes the victory significant. The opposition to our movement was bipartisan, and that's been a theme of all the talks today. We had the Hindu right wing, and like I said, caste is a real trigger point for the Hindu right wing. And that's a point that's often not very well understood, because the public image of the Hindu right wing is they are Islamophobic, which is true, but they're also casteist, right? And so, when it comes to defending the billionaires, they try every method. So the Hindu right wing was majorly opposed to us. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad, which is one of the biggest, most prominent right-wing organizations in India, the US chapter, and they're closely aligned with the Narendra Modi administration. They opposed the ordinance. And the Democrats were not much better. And the clearest example of it was when the fight for caste went from Seattle to California, where the governor of California ultimately vetoed the bill unilaterally. It was a unilateral decision. There was no pressure from anyone. And I'll come to California in a bit more detail in a bit. But even in Seattle, right, it's not like the city council Democrats voted for us because of the kindness of their hearts. It took a strong movement and a lot of pressure to make them vote for it. Incidentally, the Modi administration, because of victories like the caste victory, they're rewarding our campaign by denying Kshama a visa to visit her family in India. It's an act that's so outrageous that it's received considerable media attention in the past few weeks. Denial of visas is a favorite weapon of the Modi administration to crush dissent among the diaspora. There are plenty of Sikh Americans who get denied visas for being critical of the Indian government. It's even prompted the Human Rights Watch to issue a report. Like in the case of the caste issue, the Democrats are happy to play along, and they're just paving the way for it. Representative Adam Smith, who is a member of the American Sikh caucus, has done nothing on this issue, right? Shame. You know what he's busy doing? He's busy supporting Israel in the genocidal frenzy. He's also very happy to describe anti-war voices as left-wing fascists. Yeah, that's actually true. You can Google that. He did do that. He's disgusting enough to do that. Anyway, we're going to be organizing a rally to protest against Adam Smith on connecting his support for Israel and his silence and complicity with the Modi administration and the denial of visas exactly 1 month from now. March 22nd, that's also a Saturday, and it's going to be at noon. There's flyers describing this event that are being circulated, so please show up and show your support. Back to the caste victory. Our coalition was broad, and this goes to the theme of internationalism that Emily stated. We had anti-caste groups, we had socialists, we had labor unions, we had other South Asian groups like Muslim and Sikh groups as well. There was a very broad coalition that was needed to put pressure on the city council Democrats to vote for us. And this reflected an understanding in the movement, and this goes to the worker strike back theme, right? That all oppressions are linked, and that the fight against them, therefore, should also be linked. One thing I do want to call out, and this was a point that has come up in earlier speeches as well, is about identity politics. And just to be clear what I mean and what I don't mean, right? The particular fight here was about what was against caste oppression, and caste is an identity marker. So we need to be clear that we're not saying that we shouldn't be fighting such things, fighting caste oppression, and the George Floyd protests were inspiring, great. But there are tendencies within movements where these identity-based markers tend to warp decision-making, and they affect movements badly. And those kinds of tendencies we have to be opposed to. And there were examples of that in the caste movement itself. For example, I'll just pick one example. There were anti-caste groups within our coalition who felt that we shouldn't have a movement-based offensive kind of an approach. They felt that we should talk to the city council members kind of one by one in back channel negotiations and kind of slowly nudge them to support what we want. We decided that that kind of approach is not going to work. In fact, there was other parts of a movement where the principle was follow Dalit leadership, right? So if we had blindly taken that up and followed that, we wouldn't have built a strong movement. And who knows, we might even have lost, right? We might not have won. So that is the kind of identity politics that we have to guard against, and that we did guard against in the Seattle victory. Incidentally, I mentioned the California thing where Governor Newsom vetoed the bill. But it's interesting to look at what the background to that was. So after the Seattle victory, the movement spread. So there was a desire to fight caste oppression across the country. And California was the biggest example where that happened. What happened was that the organizers there kind of fell back to their back channel based approach. They didn't emphasize the movement too much. In fact, they went to the extent of saying that Kshama shouldn't be there because she's going to talk about socialism, and that might upset the Democrats who they were recruiting. And that might be too extreme, apparently. And that hurt the movement badly, right? That kind of approach, that kind of attitude hurt the movement. And it was an uphill fight. So even if we had built a strong movement, it would have taken a massive fight, but we would have given ourselves a much better chance to win. Instead, what the activists there actually did, their approach kind of paved the way for the governor to ultimately veto, right? So that's a massive lesson that we have from the caste fights. And that's something we need to keep in mind as we advance get into our future fights, including on the caste issue. Those are the main points that I wanted to make. But going back to what Calvin said, which I really liked, the victory against caste discrimination, like the one for Tax Amazon, like the one for 15 Now, were all examples of offensive approach. And it almost feels like we've had so many such victories. So no, this requires a lot of skill and a lot of dedication and commitment to that particular approach that results in this, because there are many failures too. And not just in California. I mentioned the California case, but I've actually seen failures in Seattle itself. And even Kshama has seen some of those, where a reluctance to use this approach resulted in defeats. So this approach is hard-learned and takes the kind of sophisticated analysis that Workers' Strike Back brings to the picture. And that's what it's going to take to fight the rich. Solidarity.
Okay, we've almost made it to the very end. Thank you all so much for being here today. I just want to say real quickly that one of the answers to identity politics, of course, is to both fight for our common interests as workers and, of course, against all forms of oppression, including racism, sexism, caste oppression, anti-trans prejudice. We must do both things. Quick announcement, there is a social here at the end of the event with pizza and soft drinks after our closing remarks, which will be coming up. And that will go from, the end of the event until 8 p.m. Tomorrow, the Worker Strike Back Conference is here starting at 10 a.m. If you have not gotten your schedule, you can still pick one up from downstairs when we go downstairs. And please, please, please clean up around yourself. There is no one here to clean up after you. Our final speaker for tonight, and we'll be providing our closing comments, is Willow Reeder. Willow is a public mental health worker in Boston, Massachusetts, and they are a member of Workers' Strike Back and the Revolutionary Workers. And they are providing our closing remarks tonight. Thank you all for being here, and see you soon.
When When we fight, when we fight, when we fight. Thank you so much to all of our speakers and to everyone who sacrificed your time to be here today. We had well over 200 people here in person, with another 6.5 thousand tuning in over live stream throughout the day. Yeah, so I'm Willow. I work as a therapist in a community mental health agency unionized with SEIU in the Boston area. I love the work that I do, and I love my clients, but I see firsthand every day the impact of this rotten capitalist system on mental health. And while many of my colleagues feel burnt out and demoralized by our extremely limited abilities to improve the lives of those that we serve, I am grateful for the clarity and hope provided through my membership in Workers Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers. It's important and entirely necessary that we are here together as working people, union and non-union, as forces on the left, to discuss the way forward to build a united, militant, working class movement to fight the rich and both their parties. People are increasingly drawing the conclusion that both parties are for big business and the rich, that our needs are diametrically opposed to theirs, and that we cannot reform the Democratic Party. That Donald Trump, while he may have won some people over with his promises to bring down inflation and end the war on Gaza, is ultimately beholden to the rich and going on the offensive against workers and youth, and is calling for ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Meanwhile, Bernie Sanders is trying to suck his former supporters back into the fold of the billionaire-backed Democratic Party by talking about Medicare for all after having squandered every opportunity to fight for it. AOC and the squad try to pose as leaders of the resistance to Trump. Labor leaders are promising to work with the Trump administration rather than leading the charge against his anti-worker and right-wing agenda. But in stark contrast, we are here, clear-eyed, discussing a way forward, and we need to make that count. We must oppose Trump and the right wing, but opposing Trump and the right wing is not enough. We need to build the kind of movement that can win historic victories for working people that clearly demonstrate the strategy needed. We need to launch bold campaigns to fight for expanded Medicare for all, social housing, free transit, a living wage, and an end to deportations of immigrants, war and occupation, and attacks on trans people and other oppressed communities. We need to unionize Amazon. And as someone who joined Workers Strike Back just this morning said, we need to kick Jeff Bezos in the proverbial teeth. We need to defeat Bezos, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and all their billionaire cronies. While the Democrats move further and further to the right, including many Democrats in Congress joining in on Trump's attacks, we need to provide a clear alternative to overcome the divide and rule strategies of the ruling class. We need to build a new mass anti-war working class party, a party that includes Workers Strike Back, the Green Party, Abandon Harris, and other organizations. What's it going to take to build a new party for working people? And what kind of party do we need? We need a party that has a fighting strategy to win what workers need. Medicare for all, taxing Amazon and big business to fund social housing, free mass transit, ending all military funding for the Israeli state and the occupation of Gaza and the West Bank, unionizing Amazon in every workplace, and bringing down Trump, the billionaires, and both their parties. That is the program of our proposed Fight the Rich campaign. Free Palestine. We need a party that has fighting leadership, with a track record of building effective movements, of taking on big business, taking on the Democratic and Republican parties, and winning. We won't win by just running a lot of candidates for office, and we don't have the capacity to do that. We need to concentrate our forces to wage effective class struggle campaigns, which could include running a few strong leaders in key elections. But a working class party has to do more than run elections. We need a party that will lead mass movements, militant protest action, mass civil disobedience, coordinated mass strikes to take on the power of big business. We need a party that will disrupt business as usual and use every tool at our disposal to win our demands. We shouldn't see this as launching just another third party to give more choices on the ballot during elections. We need to bring together the forces of the working class and the left to build the kind of mass party that can push aside the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the bosses, and ultimately their entire system. In 1854, the Republican Party, which at that time was a new, radical anti-slavery party, was founded through a coming together of anti-slavery forces that had engaged in pitched battles against the expansion of slavery, including against major pro-slavery offenses like the Kansas-Nebraska Act. It was a coming together of those who had worked to build anti-slavery third parties in the previous decade, including the Liberty Party and the Free Soil Party, the abolitionist faction wing of the Whig Party, who correctly decided to abandon that party, just like working people are abandoning the Democratic and Republican parties today. We need that sort of coming together today, of the best fighters from the Green Party, of Abandon Harris, of the militant wing of the union movement, of principled socialists, of Workers Strike Back, revolutionary workers, and of the millions of working people that are not currently part of any organization or union. The anti-slavery Republican Party, when it was founded, didn't emerge out of thin air. It was born out of movements and concrete struggles. And that's what the Fight the Rich campaign and Workers Strike Back are all about. We need to take what we've discussed today and put it into action. Workers Strike Back is calling for a national day of action on March 22nd, protesting Congress members from both parties who have supported and fueled the genocide in Gaza and demanding an end to military funding of Israel. And we're proposing a follow-up organizing conference via Zoom in 3 months' time to discuss progress and next steps to fight the rich. Can I get a show of hands for who here is currently a member of Workers Strike Back? That's amazing. And who here has signed up today to become a Workers Strike Back member or can pledge to become a member before you leave this conference? Please go to one of the Workers Strike Back tables and sign up to become a member. Buy a copy of our pamphlet about how Kshama Sawant and our movement won historic victories in Seattle, like the Amazon tax and the first major city $15 an hour minimum wage. Buy a copy of Revolutionary Worker, the magazine of Kshama Sawant's socialist organization. If you're watching online, become a member of Workers Strike Back right now. You can go to workersstrikeback.org/join and sign up to help build this fighting organization. Thank you all so much for being part of this movement. I hope to see all of you back tomorrow for our Workers Strike Back convention, where we'll hear more about work happening around the country, discuss the Fight the Rich campaign and our priorities, and vote on democratic structures and leadership to build Workers Strike Back into the strongest possible fighting force with chapters around the country. If you're attending tomorrow, please bring back your lanyard and your name tag with you to help you streamline things. And we invite everyone here to stay and join us for a social in the Great Hall downstairs to continue these important conversations informally. Real quick, who's our enemy? The rich. Who's our enemy? The rich. Thank you in solidarity.
That's a wrap, and we don't have this room anymore, so please head downstairs to the Great Hall where we've got pizza and soft drinks.